era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 576 He must have a conspiracy. We got applause from the fans when we left the field, that's cause for celebration. Zheng Qi said in the locker room. The other players on the Overlord team all looked unhappy. This was normal. Although the applause from the fans gave them some comfort, they were not happy about falling behind by 2 goals in the first half. Well, I don't think you were very happy. It seems that everyone still wants to win. Zheng Qi continued. Who doesn't want to win? The players on the Overlord team shouted one after another. Although when they were assigned to this group, many of them felt that it would be great to be the second in the group, but now that they have reached this point, who can only get the second place and fail to qualify? No one will be willing, since everyone wants to win. Let's find a way to win. Zheng Qi said lightly. How to win? Others raised the ultimate question. This is the ultimate problem in all football games. Everyone wants to win, but how to win is really a problem, a very big problem. Just play like in the first half. I will increase my running in the second half. If I have a chance, I will go to the penalty area to grab points. Zheng Qi replied. Are you going to show your scoring ability? The players of the Overlord team were shocked. They couldn't help but think of Zheng Qi's brilliant performance in the previous game. He shot nearly 100 times in the whole game, and none of them hit the goal frame. This time is different from before. Zheng Qi said a little embarrassed. The players of the Overlord team looked at each other and saw strong doubts in each other's eyes. However, now thinking carefully, it seems that they can only believe in Zheng Qi. In addition to letting Zheng Qi play his scoring ability, what other good offensive means does the Overlord team have now? In the first half, they had played their best offensive level, but facing the defense of the Callaway team, they still only scored a goal at the beginning. At other times, they were able to create good opportunities, but they were always a breath away from scoring. If Zheng Qi didn't have any outstanding performance in scoring, then their situation would not change in the second half. Moreover, with the offensive strength of the Callaway team, they would not be idle in the second half. In this way, strengthening the offense would be even more important. You don't need to do anything extra. Just follow the offensive method in the first half. Of course, even if the opponent still has 2 people defending me, I will try my best to run out of opportunities to catch the ball. The Callaway team is a strong opponent, but it is not an unbeatable opponent. Of course, to beat them, we still need to do better and a little bit of luck. Zheng Qi continued. Overlord nodded and looked at Zheng Qi. Do you have the confidence to win? What game can you be confident of winning? Zheng Qi laughed dumbly. No game will be won absolutely. We have to show our full level, which is enough. If we still can't win like this, what should we do? Yuji asked. There's nothing to do about it. We tried our best and played a good game, which is enough. As for the outcome, leave it to God. If we can't win even if we try our best, what can we do? But if we have a chance to win, but we don't win because we don't try our best enough, that's a real pity. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Yes, that's the truth. Overlord waved his fist. In the first half of the game, we have given enough people enough surprises, so in the second half of the game, let's give others more surprises. At the end of the first half, many fans gave us applause, but that was not honor, just a kind of comfort. I hope to hear applause of honor in the second half. Zheng Qi shouted loudly. Yes, that's it. What we need is applause of honor. The players of the Overlord team raised their arms and shouted, which is very important to them. There is no benefit in participating in the classical football game. If it's not for honor, who will fight hard? In the past, it can be said that it was enough to participate. Now that it has come to this point, then of course we have to fight to the end to have no regrets. Their fighting spirit and their desire were fully demonstrated at this moment. Although they had entered the quarterfinals before, it was obvious that this time the battle for the right to qualify from the group was their championship battle for them. For a team that did not have many owners in the past, any step forward was an important game. Relatively speaking, the Callaway team, which had won 2 Chinese championships and 1 World Cup championship, did not attach much importance to the right to qualify this time, although such a right to qualify would mean that they could continue to move forward. However, given their level and confidence, it seemed unnecessary for them to play a game of this level with a desperate mentality. Of course, we would not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. We performed well in the first half, but it was based on exposing our strength. It is precisely because of this that we cannot lose this game. We will continue to attack in the second half and defeat them, leaving them with no hope. Wei said coldly in the locker room. In the first half of the game, the Callaway team did not play very smoothly. Although they were leading by 2 goals, such a score advantage did not seem to be a big deal. Their defense is very tenacious, but they must strengthen their offensive in the second half. This way, their defense will be weakened a lot, and we will have more chances to score. Zheng thought for a while and said, "This idea is right." Wei nodded in appreciation. So we must strengthen both offensive and defense in the second half, and bring out our best skills to show them how powerful we are. Captain, it's a bit of a waste for you and Yuojie to defend Zheng together. If you all put all your efforts into the offensive, we can score at least 6 goals in the first half. Zheng Yuan said. During the offensive in the first half, at least one of Wei and Yuojie followed Zheng Qi, just to prevent Zheng Qi from having any chance to get the ball. We can't relax. Yuojie shook his head quickly. This Zheng is a very dangerous guy. If we relax our defense against him, we will definitely suffer. He didn't say the reason, but when he made such a judgment, and Wei also agreed with him, all the players of the Callaway team shut up. There must be no problem with their judgment. The players of the Callaway team quite agree with this. Although Zheng Qi's performance in the first half was the same as in the previous games, it was somewhat mediocre, but since Wei and Yuojie both thought so, let them continue to defend Zheng Qi. The others can do the attack and defense. Anyway, the advantage is still great. Hey, the captain's team seems to be in a bad situation. If we were on the court, we would have won long ago. Liga Rui said anxiously in a corner of the stands. The opponent is much better overall, and the captain is followed closely by 2 opponents. It's no wonder. Fulei sighed. There is still a fight in the second half. Zheng Qi should not have fully played his level. Zheng Qi laughed. Don't forget how good his attributes are. The others were stunned, and then nodded. Yes, Zheng Qi has more than 900 attribute points. If he doesn't add too many points to speed, the other attribute points can be averaged out, and each item can exceed 120 points. This is an extremely scary number. If the captain only adds 20 points to speed, then the other 7 attributes can all exceed 120 points. However, I see that the attribute points of those opponents are not bad either, and it is not uncommon for the key attributes to reach 150 points. Zheng Qi calculated for a moment. In this case, the captain may not have such a big advantage. I don't think he will be stupid enough to add points evenly. There must be a few attribute points that are particularly high, but from the first half, I can't see where he added particularly high points. Su Jin thought for a while and said, he must be holding back something bad. In the first half, the attributes he showed were only around 100 points. Imagine that he can push a certain attribute point to 200 points. What kind of concept is this? Niaoiwa snorted coldly. The others thought about it, and then shuddered. This is too abnormal. Someone said. He has always been this abnormal, don't you know? I think he may have increased his burst and flexibility to a very high level, because his performance in the first half was a bit too slow. And if these 2 points are increased, not to mention 2 people on the other side, even if there are 3 people, they may not be able to keep an eye on him. This is what he is thinking. Zheng Qi speculated. It's possible, but it is also possible that he increased the jumping attribute to more than 200 points, and then let his teammates desperately pass the ball to the penalty area in the second half. Think about it, he can jump many meters higher than the opponent every time. How can we defend? Niaoiwa said. This is exaggerated. With the jumping ability of current players, jumping 3 or 4 meters to shoot is already the limit. If it is higher, the distance to the goal will be farther and the angle will be smaller. Generally speaking, adding 100 points to the jumping attribute is already the limit, and it is meaningless to increase it higher. Su Jing said. That's right. Niaoiwa also found that she was wrong somewhere, and couldn't help but smile. So, given the captain's meanness, shamelessness, perversion and vulgarity, his performance in the first half must have been used to confuse the opponent. We will have something exciting to watch in the second half. Zheng Qi defined it. Isn't it a bit too much to say that about the captain? Wang Yuanfen said. Not too much. Liga Rui replied. Because he is like that. Then why don't we say a few more bad things about him while he is away? Wang Yuanfen said. Su Jin coughed twice, and Wang Yuanfen smiled and stopped talking. Chapter 577 The best time. Judging from the first half of the game, Zheng Qi did not leave any unexpected things. Even the players of the Overlord team thought so. Although their opponent, the Callaway team, noticed that something might be wrong, they did not know how Zheng Qi would perform in the second half. However, the extraordinary players in the stands speculated all the means that Zheng Qi might have hidden. It must be said that after being with Zheng Qi for a year or two, the extraordinary players were really too familiar with Zheng Qi, but fortunately, they were not Zheng Qi's opponents on the court. In the first half of the game, Zheng Qi did hide some of his strength, but the purpose was not because Zheng Qi and his random guess was because Zheng Qi was abnormal and wanted to give the opponent hope first and then break the opponent's hope in the second half. Zheng Qi was not that boring. What's more, against a strong team like the Callaway team, there was no reason to let himself fall behind first and then fight back in the second half. Zheng Qi was running most of the time in that first half. Although he had run a lot in previous games, it was still a lot worse than this time. In the first half, Zheng Qi was under the opponent's defensor, and his running distance and coverage area were almost all over the field, and he had close contact with almost everyone on the opponent. Maybe there was no real confrontation, but he observed every player on the field of the Callaway team at least half a minute at close range. Although half a minute does not allow Zheng Qi to fully understand a player, from his actions, confrontation and reaction, one thing that can be done is that Zheng Qi can at least judge which attributes the opponent focuses on adding points, and roughly where they're added. This is observation, or in other words, with the support of the big data of the club's tactical department, he did some verification. It is very difficult to know the opponent's attributes in detail in the professional league, because all professional players will constantly adjust their attribute points, especially those god-level players. Even with more data support, it is difficult to have the effect of anticipating the enemy. But it was different in classical football. After all, classical football was not truly professional. It was more supported by interest. Those outstanding players rarely adjusted their attribute points. First, they did not have enough equipment materials to support such adjustments. Second, they did not need such adjustments in the game. After all, the requirements for attribute points in classical football were not that high. Attribute points only increased physical attributes, and technical level was the most important. It was precisely because of this difference that Zheng Qi basically understood the detailed attributes of the opponent in the first half of the run, including Zhongde, who had not used his true skills before. The second half was when he really showed his level. For this point, neither the Overlord team nor the Callaway team players would know it particularly well, because in the first half of the game, Zheng Qi did not have any problems. It was difficult for Zheng Qi to preserve his strength in such a fierce confrontation. Amid the shouts of fans from both sides, the players from both sides came out, and the second half of the game was about to begin. The first team to kick off was Callaway. The only goal that Ba Wang scored in the first half was scored through the opening kick. After that, they never created any truly threatening attacks. Of course, under their tenacious defensor, Callaway did not create many truly threatening attacks, but there were still some, plus their better ability to seize opportunities, which was the key to their lead. Hold on to their attack. Ba Wang shouted in the team channel, cheering his teammates. After the kickoff, Ba Wang took the lead and pressed forward. Seeing that the players of Ba Wang started to press aggressively, the players of Callaway did not seem particularly excited, but calmly began to launch an attack through passing. These guys look like kings. Liga Rui muttered in the stands. Normal, because they are really kings, although not the kind that sweeps everything. Wang Yuanfen said. But the boss has always been a man who challenges the king. Liga Rui said. Wang Yuanfen rolled his eyes. On the court, the king's division continued their attack. Yuo Jie's position began to move backwards. He kept receiving the ball and then passing it out. Although the players of the Overlord team focused on him, they still couldn't stop his passing and attacking. A core of the organization behind is difficult to be blocked, especially when he is protected by Zhongde. Zhuan got the ball on the wing, and he began to dribble forward quickly. Yuji, who was returning to defensor, entangled him. Yuji's defensive ability seemed to be average, but her defensor at this moment seemed very tenacious. Although Zhuan kept getting rid of her, she continued to rush up to interfere. Under such tenacious defensor, although Zhuan was a top offensive player, he was also greatly affected. Seeing that he couldn't break through to the bottom line and pass the ball smoothly, he immediately stopped and passed the ball to Yuo Jie, who came up to meet him. Yuo Jie didn't stop the ball, but directly transferred the ball to the middle. Wei received the ball and raised his foot to pass the ball back under the interference of Zheng Qi. The one who received the ball was Zheng Qi, who was assisting the defensor. As the core of the Callaway team's defense line, his role was not only defensor, but also timely forward attack. The ancient scavenger-free man tactics, Bin Shikai muttered in a low voice in the stands. In such a noisy stand, no one would have heard such a muttering, but sitting next to Bin Shikai was a careful Sujin, scavenger-free man. What kind of tactics is that? Sujin turned her head and asked. What's there to say about tactics in the pile of old papers? I'm just talking about this way of forward insertion. It was originally the defender who was dragged at the end, and then suddenly forward insertion and attack, which easily left the opponent's marking gaps. But now everyone is in zone defensor, and the suddenness of this tactic is nothing. Bin Shikai laughed. But if the person who is forward insertion is excellent, Sujin said thoughtfully. That's a bit dangerous. Bin Shikai narrowed his eyes. On the field, Zheng Qi, who was advancing, got rid of the pressing of the Overlord beautifully. His footwork skills were not inferior to any other attackers. After getting rid of the Overlord, he began to dribble the ball forward quickly. Zheng Qi was guarding Wei, and Yuji and Long Qi came to double-team Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi passed the ball to Guojie in front of him beautifully. Guojie, who was temporarily unguarded, also started to dribble that ball forward. Long Qi could only hastily retrieve to interfere with Guojie's advance. Not good, the defensor of the Overlord team is a carrot and a pit. Zheng Qi's forward penetration just hit their weak spot. They didn't react so quickly. Bin Shikai said in surprise. Seeing Long Qi quickly return to defensor, Guojie began to dribble the ball to the side, and after attracting him, he passed the ball horizontally to the middle again. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi did not retreat, but continued to move forward. He just received Guojie's cross pass, and then began to choose to advance himself. Zheng Qi sighed deeply in his heart, and then went to Zheng Qi. He had to go forward. If Zheng Qi continued to carry the ball, it would only take him 1 or 2 seconds to go from 30 to 40 meters away from the goal to the front of the penalty area. It was already very dangerous to let a good player take the ball without being guarded in this position. Seeing Zheng Qi coming forward, Zheng Qi smiled. When Zheng Qi was about to approach him, he quickly raised his foot and sent the ball to Wei in front. The defensor of the Overlord team was certainly not so rigid. When Zheng Qi left Wei, Yingbu and others had already gone to fill the position. However, no matter what, it would still bring a short period of blankness. The Overlord received the ball at that position and raised his right foot. The wonderful spinning ball he scored in the first half was still vivid in the minds of many people. So the attention of the defensive players of the Overlord team was attracted by him. At this time, Wei's shooting action was transformed into a lot pass without any hindrance. The ball drew an arc in the air and flew into the penalty area. At the moment he passed the ball, Miakai turned and rushed forward, using a burst of energy to get rid of Xiang Zhuang who was guarding him. When the ball reached him, he met the falling ball and shot it directly. Fan Xingzhi made a save, but the ball flew past his hand with a strong rotation, and then plunged into the dead corner of the goal. The stands erupted with huge roars and cheers from the fans of the Callaway team. 4-1. Not long after the start of the second half, the Callaway team also expanded their lead without the players of the Overlord team touching the ball once. This goal not only made the Callaway team far ahead in the score, but also made them regain the face of losing a ball without touching the ball in the first half. This made the fans of the Callaway team extremely excited. This also conforms to their aesthetics. Whatever the opponent did to us, we must double it back. Now it has indeed been recovered, which makes them feel satisfied. What about the fans of the Overlord team? At this moment, they could only sigh helplessly. The opponent was indeed too strong. It didn't seem to be intolerable that we were beaten like this. Let's go, it's our turn to attack. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. It's a bit frustrating. Ba Wang sighed. The situation is not good, but don't you think that now is the best time to fight back? The fans are desperate for us. Even if the guys of the Callaway team are cautious, they will unconsciously relax a little, right? They have been tense for a long time before. If they relax, it will not be so easy for them to tense again. Zheng Qi said. Ba Wang's eyes lit up. Chapter 578. The Return of Suspense. Fight back, let's recreate a thrilling reversal movie. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. His voice was very calm, but it was like a flash of lightning, striking everyone's heart. In the last game of the group, facing such a terrible and powerful enemy, the second half had just started and they were already 3 goals behind. This situation couldn't be any worse. In addition to losing, Are there any more serious consequences? No. So, now is really the best time to fight back. Even if we fail, there will be no more serious consequences. If we succeed, just imagining the scene after success is enough to make everyone excited. Counterattack. Attack. Kill them. The players of the Overlord team waved their fists and shouted. Their roar attracted the attention of the players of the Callaway team. They are still fighting. Yuoji raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. It's just a dying struggle. Zhuang smiled. The game started again. At this moment, the fans of the Callaway team have completely put aside their worries. In their opinion, the Callaway team now has enough advantages in terms of score and field. There is nothing to worry about in the next game. The last thing to worry about is how many goals can be scored. It must be said that their thoughts are not wrong. From the games so far, the Callaway team does have a great advantage. The Overlord team has performed well enough, but compared with the Callaway team, there is still a huge and almost irreparable gap. Although the contingency of football games is still very large, when one side is strong enough, such a contingency is actually difficult to occur. Now those who are still crazy about classical football are basically fans who understand football. In such a situation, their judgments often seem quite correct. So they are not worried. Even if the Overlord team has launched an attack, they are still not worried. The players of the Callaway team are not worried either. I'm curious, how do you want to launch a counter-attack? Wei, who continued to follow Zheng Qi closely, asked curiously. I can see that there is still desire and confidence in your eyes, so I'm curious where your confidence comes from. Don't make a fuss, I'm using the system's appearance. How can you see through my eyes and see my heart? Your eyes are CT. Zheng Qi said. Wei was stunned for a moment, and then felt very embarrassed. He just said that sentence very casually, but Zheng Qi seized the opportunity to complain, but I can answer you, and you will know where my confidence comes from immediately. Zheng Qi continued. Wei and Yuoji looked at each other, and then found that Zheng Qi strengthened his running. His running in the first half was already very active, but now, he started to run more actively. This allowed him to quickly run out of the gap to receive the ball, and after receiving the pass from his teammates, he passed the ball out as soon as possible. In this process, even if Wei and Yuoji tried their best to keep up, they couldn't stop him from taking the ball and passing the ball. You actually saved some strength in your running in the first half. Wei asked in surprise. There's nothing I can do. The world is dangerous. It's getting harder and harder to make a living. Zheng Qi sighed. Wei and Yuoji were both speechless. What's going on? However, after following Zheng Qi for half a game, they knew that this guy was always talking nonsense. Even if you can catch the ball and organize, what can you do? Your team is not facing the difficulty of not being able to organize the offense, but the problem of not being able to score. Organize the offense better, there is always a solution. Zheng Qi replied. He continued to run, constantly running out of space to catch the ball, and then constantly passing the ball. In the first half of the game, he rarely participated in the offense, and the Overlord team's offense was always successful, but the final effect was not very good. Now with his joining, the Overlord team's offense began to become smoother and quickly hit the front court. Yuji got the ball on the wing. She was not under much pressure now. However, she was also aware of the problems faced by the Overlord team. It was easy to pass the ball into the penalty area, but it was difficult to make a threatening shot. No matter what, there are more people in the penalty area. Go and grab the point. The Overlord scrambled for position in the penalty area, and then shouted loudly in the team channel. In any attack, if you don't attack, you don't know whether you'll score. When there is no other way, forcing an attack is undoubtedly an excellent way. The players of the Overlord team actually understand this principle very well, so Longju began to move into the penalty area, Yingbujibu began to move into the penalty area, and Zheng Qi also began to move into the penalty area. They all started to move, and the players of the Callaway team would not watch the opponent's players occupy the advantage in their own penalty area. Many of them also returned to the penalty area. The penalty area of the Callaway team was immediately like a can of sardines, full. This scene seems a little familiar. Yuoji, who was running with Zheng Qi, suddenly had such a thought in his mind. At this time, Yuji had passed the ball into the penalty area. This was a very fast cross without any arc, almost smoothly flying into the penalty area. The players on both sides made their own judgments at the same time and sprinted towards the arc of the ball. Yingbu and Kaorin both missed the ball at the front point. The Overlord and Eli in the middle collided with each other, and also involved Yu Dai. Yingbu and Jibu jumped at the same time, but neither of them could touch the ball. In the chaotic penalty area, Yuoji and Wei lost the trace of Zheng Qi at the same time. The next moment, they saw Zheng Qi jumped up, with his head behind and his feet in front, and kicked the ball with an extremely fast kick. Before everyone else, Zheng Qi judged the arc of the ball at the first time, and completed the shot at the first time at the same time, a seemingly simple action, but because of these two firsts, it seemed extremely threatening. The effect of Zheng Qi's first time shooting that he had been training for this period of time was completely demonstrated at this moment. Wei almost watched Zheng Qi kick the ball out, watched the ball change direction quickly, and then flew past blind Xiao's hand. The stands rang with the shouts of the Overlord fans. A group of people from the Extraordinary Club were also cheering. They saw Zheng Qi's goal, which made them extremely happy. A beautiful goal. It's really the captain's style. He is such an invisible killer, Li Gerue shouted excitedly. It's very exciting. He killed with one shot, without any drag. Wang Yuanfen rarely agreed with him. I didn't expect that such simple actions and scenes in classical football could also bring such a refreshing feeling. The captain must be a top shooter. How many goals did he score in this game? Li Gerue turned around and asked Su Jing. Su Jing laughed a little strangely. He has played more than a dozen games, and this is his first goal. What? Impossible. Several extraordinary players exclaimed at the same time. Otherwise, how can you say he is cunning? This guy probably hasn't shown his talent in shooting and smell before. He is really cunning. Zheng Qi sighed. The extraordinary players thought about it carefully and found that this was really Zheng Qi's style. Now there are still 2 goals left. Is the captain trying to direct a great reversal? What a bold idea. Amid the discussion of the extraordinary players in the stands, Zheng Qi did not celebrate after landing, but rushed into the goal, picked up the ball, and then turned and ran back. Damn, your goal is really awesome, it must be a coincidence. Overlord shouted excitedly behind him. Is it hiding your strength? Yuji was still more careful. Zheng Qi smiled and did not answer. He always looked very wretched when he laughed, but at this time, in the minds of the Overlord team players, it was undoubtedly like a heavenly sound. We have a way to score goals, even if the efficiency is not high, we can bombard with good results. The Overlord team players thought to themselves. Football matches are like this. Sometimes, a good opportunity can bring good results. They had no problem organizing the attack just now, but they could not create a truly threatening shot in the last shot, because their most capable scorer was Overlord, but Overlord was closely guarded by the opponent. Long Qi, Yingbu and others who could create threats were also closely guarded by the opponent after entering the penalty area. It was very difficult to grab a point, and even if they did, it was difficult to create a threatening shot. Now that Zheng Qi has solved this problem, their confidence has naturally returned. The point grabbed just now, was it a coincidence? Zheng Lingjun asked with some doubts. I don't know, he has never shown the characteristics of grabbing points in the penalty area in previous games. I have been defending his long shots outside the penalty area. I didn't expect. Yuoji's words also contained regrets that could not be shaken off. Don't worry about it, it's just one goal, we didn't think of winning with defense, strengthening offense, and scoring more goals. Wei said in a deep voice. The players of the Kalaway team nodded one after another. This is indeed the truth. It can even be said that this is the kingly way of football games. Zhongde also nodded, but he knew in his heart that such words were just for listening. No matter how good the Kalaway team was, and how much stronger they were than the Overlord team, they were not able to score goals as long as they attacked. In the attack just now, the Kalaway team's attack was also quite strenuous. None of the 4 goals were easily scored. They were all achieved through hard work. Of course, he also knew that in such a situation, a team could only rely on the performance of the players themselves. And they could not do it because they were not sure. The next game should be very lively. The game started to have more suspense. If you think about it, it is indeed easy to get excited. Zhongde thought to himself. Indeed, the game that started to become more suspenseful is indeed exciting. Chapter 579. Expecting a reversal. The pressure created by Kalaway's offense has not weakened compared to before, although they also need to relax after leading by 3 goals. The suppression of the midfield, the interweaving of the 2 wings, and the large-scale running and changing positions in the front court are the factors of Kalaway's offense. They do not have that kind of super scorer, but whether it is the front court or the back court, every player has the ability to score goals, and the overall performance is the best, so in the past few years, their overall performance is the best. However, in the second half of the game, the Overlord team has almost adapted to the opponent's offensive. Unlike the first half, they resisted so hard. In addition, their fighting spirit is improved a little under their stimulation just now. They started to intercept from the midfield and ran actively, which effectively interfered with Callaway's offensive. No matter how strong the offensive is, it will not seem so terrible after gradually adapting. This is the reaction of the Overlord team players now. And their defensor is more accustomed to regional defense and guarding their positions. When running more actively, their mutual support has also begun to do better than before. In this way, it is more difficult for Callaway's offensive to create good results than before. Among them, Zheng Qi's defensor against Wei also played a big role. Although Wei has made one pass and one shot in the game so far, showing his core style, in fact, Zheng Qi's defensor has also caused a lot of interference to him. He rarely receives the ball. Although Jia is in the organization, his running and support are still the most important part of Callaway's offensive. Now without his participation, the threat of Callaway's offensive has indeed decreased a lot compared to usual. Xiang Zhuan jumped up in the penalty area and pushed Zhuang's cross out of the penalty area. Zheng Qi and Wei rushed to the landing point almost at the same time. Wei used his body to hold Zheng Qi and got the ball first. However, Zheng Qi quickly stretched out his foot and the ball was poked out. Yingbu immediately kicked it out. The Overlord in the front court jumped up and grabbed the first landing point before Eli, but there was no one around him to respond at the moment, so the Overlord barely headed the ball down, and then controlled the ball in place after landing, waiting for his teammates to come up to respond. Fortunately, Yuji did not retreat very far. She ran over quickly and chose to dribble the ball to the side after receiving the return pass from Overlord. The other players of Overlord team followed up quickly, and a large group of them came up. Keep an eye on Yuan's thong, and be careful in the penalty area. Wei shouted in the team channel, and then followed Zheng Qi. Jia also ran over quickly. Just now, two people were keeping an eye on one person, which gave Zheng Qi a chance to shoot in the penalty area, which made them both feel very embarrassed. The problem of face is of course not a big problem, but now it is obvious that Zheng Qi is the biggest variable in the whole game. If he is not strictly guarded, the advantage of 2 goals seems to be nothing. The experienced players of Callaway team certainly know that in the game of classical football, the advantage of 1 goal is indeed not particularly high. After all, with the physical fitness of current players, it may take a few seconds to complete a goal. It is not a rare thing to burst out and score 3 or 4 goals in a few minutes. It is not an empty talk that you can't relax until the end of the game. Zheng Qi continued to run in the midfield. Relying on sudden acceleration and change of direction, he ran out of some opportunities to catch the ball, and then mobilized the attack of the Overlord team through his passing. Facing the Overlord team's more fluent offensive than in the first half, the players of the Callaway team also needed some time to adapt. From a certain perspective, the Overlord team is now gradually adapting to the rhythm of the Callaway team's game, and after their rhythm has accelerated, the Callaway team is a little bit uncomfortable. Of course, this is not enough to make the Callaway team collapse, and their defensor is still very solid. With Zheng Qi's participation, the Overlord team's defense still failed to score. The Callaway team's defensor in the penalty area and the front of the penalty area is quite in place. The Overlord struggled with the opponent's defender in the penalty area, but still couldn't find the space and opportunity to shoot. Seeing that his side held the ball for a little too long and the opponent didn't reveal any flaws, Zheng Qi chose to force a breakthrough and cut in from the wing, but when he was about to break into the penalty area, Karin, who was returning to defend, made a clean tackle and the ball flew out of the baseline, a corner kick. Zheng Qi, you take the corner kick, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Zheng Qi nodded and ran to the corner kick spot. Zheng Qi waved his hand, and the defenders of the Overlord team also ran up. The penalty area was crowded for a while. The attackers of the Overlord team kept running in and out, and the players of the Callaway team were also trying to keep an eye on their targets. Zheng Qi was also running in the penalty area. Wei and Jia didn't care about anything else, but followed him closely. I don't jump high, and following me will weaken the defense in other directions, Zheng Qi advised them earnestly. Wei smiled coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Jia replied kindly, there's nothing we can do. You are the one who needs to be marked the most now. Zheng Qi curled his lips and ran 2 steps in the penalty area again. At this time, Zheng Qi had already taken the corner kick. When the ball flew out, Zheng Qi immediately sprinted towards the front point, and Wei and Jia followed closely. However, when Zheng Qi sprinted, Yingbo and Jibo rushed out at the same time, just blocking them. Keep an eye on Zheng Qi. Without time to judge the landing point of the ball, Wei shouted loudly in the penalty area. Eli, who was originally defending at the front point, immediately turned around and ran towards Zheng Qi. Just when Eli was about to approach Zheng Qi stopped suddenly, then turned around and ran out of the penalty area. Eli subconsciously followed Zheng Qi for 2 steps, and then reacted. He went outside the penalty area. Why should I follow him? Where was the place where I was originally defending? Thinking of this, Eli shuddered, turned his head and saw that at the front point, the tall and majestic body of the Overlord jumped high. He shook his head hard on the falling ball, and the ball quickly changed direction and flew to the upper corner of the goal at an extremely fast speed. Heading the ball from close range, the goalkeeper is basically helpless, unless he happens to be standing there. This time is no exception. Before blind Xiao could react, the ball had already whizzed into the gate of the Callaway team. 3-4. 5 minutes ago, the whole audience thought that the Overlord team had no chance, but 5 minutes later, they were only 1 goal behind. Such a drastic change made the Callaway fans in the stands stunned, while the Overlord fans shouted wildly. They had already felt the most exciting factor in the football game, and they had begun to look forward to a great reversal. Is there anything more exciting than a great reversal? No. This was the case in the past, it is the case now, and it will be the same in the future. For a moment, the Overlord fans, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, burst into shouts, completely suppressing the Callaway fans. Crazy shouts from the depths of the soul. Zheng Qi shrugged at Wei Yuojia. I told you that it's dangerous to do this, but you still do it. Sigh, it's really. After saying this, Zheng Qi turned around and ran. Although the opponent might hit him with a punch under their stimulation, resulting in a loss of personnel, Zheng Qi didn't want to do that. 11-11, it's interesting only if you win. Wei's anger was almost out of control. But he was mentally resolute after all. After suppressing his anger, Wei turned to Yuojia and said, he has always wanted to irritate us. Yes, but he is indeed a dangerous target. We have done our best in defense, sir, and it is difficult to go further. Yuojia said calmly. Then let's strengthen the offense, sir. We can't regret the defense for too long. Wei said in the team channel. The players of the Callaway team nodded one after another. It was indeed a big blow to be chased by the Overlord team for 2 goals in a row, but if they always regret this, they will lose more. They are a mature team, a strong team. The game will have its own rhythm and will not be led by others. The fans in the stands may be greatly affected emotionally, but they will not. It will be a tough battle, but the gap between us is not that big. Zheng Qi sighed. What's wrong? We're in a good situation now. Ba Wang asked curiously. They didn't lose their composure, and their attack will be even stronger next time. Don't forget that they have many good offensive players. We need to improve our defense next time, and we need to be more serious in attacking, stabilize our emotions, and don't worry about gains and losses. This is what gives us some opportunities. Zheng Qi said. When they were 3 goals behind before, Zheng Qi was very confident. Now they were only 1 goal behind, but he began to be cautious. Of course, this was not because he was schizophrenic, but because he knew what his teammates needed at the moment. What was needed before was fighting spirit, and now, what is needed is calmness and the ability to withstand pressure. The players of the Ba Wang team were a little confused, but at this moment, they would not think about extra things. After all, the current situation is indeed much better than before, and these 2 goals are inseparable from Zheng Qi. At this time, they can't ignore Zheng Qi's words. Defensa, defensa. The players of the Ba Wang team shouted in unison. They were full of momentum and confidence. The game has come to this point, what is there to be unconfident about? 6 minutes later, the whole stadium was filled with the cheers of the Callaway team's fans. Through a series of extremely wonderful passes and cooperation, the Callaway team's midfield iron triangle completed a wonderful overall attack. Yuojia passed the ball and then moved forward. Wei cleverly passed the ball to Zhongde. Zhongde sent a lob pass without stopping the ball. Yuojia, who entered the penalty area, grabbed the first landing point under the involvement of Miaokai and Zheng. With a wonderful lot shot, the Callaway team once again expanded its lead to 2 goals. Chapter 580. Let's start the game quickly. The fans of the Overlord team sighed in the stands. The goal of the Callaway team was a cold-blooded blow to them, and they, who had just seen hope, fell into the dilemma of shattered hope again. Although compared with the 1-4 deficit at the beginning of the second half, the 3-5 deficit seemed nothing, but when they saw hope, they were suppressed by the opponent as a whole and scored a completely impeccable goal, which was more likely to hit the morale. The morale of the fans of the other side in the stands was severely hit by the goal. The sense of suppression of the Callaway team's goal was obvious. However, the Overlord team players, who were already bloodthirsty at this moment, had no fluctuations in their hearts, and even wanted to launch a counter-attack quickly. This caught the players of the Callaway team off guard. For them who were experienced, they certainly knew that although fans and players could not interact in time, they could affect each other emotionally. If the players performed well on the field, the fans would be more enthusiastic, and their enthusiasm would in turn stimulate the players' performance on the field. This is a virtuous circle. If there is a virtuous cycle, there will of course be a vicious cycle. A vicious cycle means that the fans are not enthusiastic, and the players will have problems in their performance on the field, which in turn makes the fans even more indifferent. The fans of the Overlord team have been greatly affected by the goal just now. How can their players not be affected? And looking at their current actions, they are really not affected at all. They launched a fierce attack and quickly sent the ball through the midfield after the kickoff. In this process, they did not even pass Zheng Qi and completed the advancement. "Oh, this is awesome!" Zheng Qi also exclaimed in his heart, and immediately rushed to the front court to participate in the passing and organization of his teammates. Wei Wenguojie still followed him closely, trying to reduce the number of times he took the ball. However, as before, Zheng Qi kept running and was still able to get the ball well. Wei Wenguojie looked at each other helplessly. It was really troublesome to deal with such a guy. The most important thing is that as usual running is enough to make you concentrate. Occasionally, when he accelerates, you can't always catch up with him in the first time, and there will always be some flaws, but you can't relax your defense against him because of this. Look at the destructive power he just caused. Under the defense of the two of them, Zheng Qi directed 2 goals. If you ignore him, what can he do? Zheng Qi didn't have much time to figure out what these two people were thinking. He just kept running and looking for opportunities. If you want to score a goal, you have to have a chance. Opportunities don't fall from the sky, but are created by the players themselves. Long Qi got the ball again on the wing. He had a chance to break through, but Zhuang flew over and shoveled the ball away. Long Qi reacted very quickly, got the ball again, and broke through by force. When Long Qi broke through, Overlord was already running in the penalty area, and Juji, Yingbu and others also rushed into the penalty area one after another. Their attack now had one idea. When short passes could not penetrate, they would directly use long passes to rush and send more people to the penalty area to grab points. This style of play was very effective, at least it could minimize the difference in strength between the two sides. When the ball was sent to the penalty area, no one could guarantee who could grab the first point. Although this kind of attack seemed inefficient, it was extremely effective when other offensive methods had no good effect. The 2 goals scored by Overlord were both found in the penalty area through crosses. This 100% success rate was simply shocking. The Callaway team will naturally not relax. If they are defeated by the opponent's unconventional attack when they have an overall advantage, it is simply a shame. However, it is not uncommon in the history of sports competition. For example, in the past basketball games, one side can clearly beat the opponent both inside and outside, but you can't stand the opponent's group of hot 3-point shooters, who shoot 3-pointers like raindrops and finally kill you. You have no place to argue, the charm of competitive competition is actually here. Now the Overlord team is showing this. Compared with the Callaway team as a whole, they are completely out of the game. However, in such an unconventional attack, the Callaway team really doesn't have much to do with them. In theory, the Callaway team's defense ability is also very good. There are Zheng Qi organizing the defense line and Liu Kai, 2 central defenders with strong frontal confrontation. They are not afraid of high-altitude bombing, but the Overlord team has a powerful center like Overlord. Although Liu Kai has the ability to fight against him, being able to fight and being able to completely block him are 2 different things. The other players of the Overlord team kept rushing into the penalty area to grab points, which increased various uncertain factors. Such an offensive method that would not have put too much pressure on the defense of the Callaway team has now become the most troublesome offense of the Callaway team. Everything is because Zheng Qi has shown that kind of extremely outstanding ability to grab points. He can always appear in the second or even third landing point. In the crowded penalty area, it is always difficult to grab the first landing point, and even if you grab it, you will be closely guarded by the opponent. After all, everyone has relatively ample time to judge the first landing point. You can judge the opponent and you can judge it. At the time, you have to fight against the opponent to grab points. It is of course difficult to create opportunities. But the second or even third landing point, it really depends on luck and first reaction. The time to make a judgment is shorter, so short that almost no one can judge it in time. Zheng Qi can be faster than others, which is an unquestionable advantage. For such a dangerous person, of course, it needs to be dealt with well. When the Overlord and others were running in the penalty area, Zheng Qi also started to move forward. He rushed into the penalty area and started running as well. Wei and Guojie followed reluctantly. It was too difficult to follow Zheng Qi in the penalty area. There were too many people in the penalty area, and it was easy to be blocked by others at any time. It was not even the players of the Overlord team who blocked him, but the players of the Wei team. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to keep up. Zheng Qi was not actually very tall. After entering the penalty area, he swam into the crowd like a fish and got rid of Wei and Guojie. Wei and Guojie could only try their best to find Zheng Qi's trace. At this time, Qi had already passed the ball into the penalty area. No matter what, mark the Overlord. Wei looked up and saw the ball flying in the air, and then judged the landing point of the ball, the middle, over the Overlord's head, and Guojie was there. Guojie did not answer, but jumped up next to the Overlord, and Eli also jumped at the same time. Although the height of the two was a little worse than that of the Overlord, it was still possible to interfere. Seeing Eli and Guojie jump up at the same time, Wei breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look for Zheng Qi's position, but there were so many people in the penalty area that it was a bit difficult to see Zheng Qi's position. Captain, he ran out of the penalty area. Zheng Yuan's shout rang out from the team channel. Wei was startled and turned his head to look outside the penalty area. Sure enough, he saw Zheng Qi appeared outside the top of the penalty area, and he was already a long distance away from him. Just when he saw Zheng Qi, the Overlord jumped up with all his strength, used his body to push Guojie away in the penalty area, and then grabbed the first landing point despite Eli's close interference, and then headed the ball out of the penalty area. The ball changed direction and flew to the front of the penalty area. Zheng Qi swung his right foot at that position. Wei rushed over, but it was obvious that he could not block Zheng Qi's shooting route in time. Zhongde rushed over from the side, trying to interfere with Zheng Qi's shot. But when he bumped into him, Zheng Qi had already turned sideways, facing the falling ball, swung his right foot, and blasted the ball back again. A long shot 30 meters away from the goal. Zhongde didn't bump into him until the ball flew out. At this time, he had already relaxed his strength. Neither side would care about such a collision. Zhongde's eyes were on the ball, but he was relieved. Volley. Or sideways. In this state, it's a bit of a joke to want to shoot a spinning ball, right? In this position, a straight shot can hardly touch the goal. If you want to score a goal, you have to have a spinning ball, but can Zheng Qi still shoot a spinning ball in such an environment? Zhongde didn't believe it. With Zheng Qi's poor performance in long shots in previous games, how could he shoot a spinning ball? Even if he had hidden his strength before and had the ability to shoot a spinning ball, he didn't believe that he wanted to shoot such a shot while leaning his body to kill Zhongde. However, Zhongde soon regretted it. Under his gaze, the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, spinning rapidly, and after flying into the penalty area, it fell rapidly. Blind Xiao was originally standing in the middle of the goal, ready to save the ball at any time, but when the ball appeared in his sight, he knew that he could not save the ball, with such a speed, such an arc, and the ball flying into the penalty area before he could see it. It would be a miracle if he could save it. Blind Xiao flew up, he wanted to create such a miracle. However, the ball flew past him, and the miracle flew away from his eyes. The next moment, Blind Xiao, who was in the air, heard a swish sound from behind him, and the cheers of the Overlord fans from the stands. 4-5. In the 23rd minute of the second half, Zheng Qi made a wonderful long-range spinning ball shot, which reduced the deficit for the Overlord team to 1 point again. The players of the Overlord team rushed to Zheng Qi from all directions. They were also shocked by this goal. At this moment, they just wanted to vent. Why celebrate? We still have one goal left. Let's keep going. Withstand their attack. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted, turning around and running towards his own half. This reminded the Overlord team's players again, and they immediately ran towards their own half at the same time. Let's start the game quickly, we have to tie the score. Chapter 581. Eternity. Wow, this long shot is so exciting to watch, especially from a high altitude, Li Rui muttered to himself. Now the wind direction has changed. Such a wonderful goal will change the strength of both sides to some extent, Bin Shikai muttered to himself. Is there a chance? Su Jing asked. Yes, there is definitely a chance. Just look at their movements. Bin Shikai said affirmatively. On the field, the players of the Callaway team began to feel tremendous pressure. Their defense has never been under such great pressure. After all, in the past games, even if they were met with stubborn resistance from the opponent, their very defensive methods could always find opportunities. Regardless of whether they could score a goal in the end, as long as they had a chance, they would not miss a goal. And this time when they attacked, the running of the Overlord team made it impossible for them to create many opportunities. Such a situation was quite fatal. Yuojia was patiently organizing, but the entire Overlord team seemed to be stimulated, running more actively than ever before. Even if there were occasional flaws in the defense line, they could quickly make up for the flaws through running. This level of defense is of course not sustainable, but at this time, it gave the Callaway team a headache. The Overlord team continued to press in the midfield. They kept running and interfering, forcing the Callaway team to make mistakes in attack. Under such pressure, Yuojia chose to risk passing directly into the penalty area, and Xiang Zhuan made an equally risky header clearance. The ball flew to the front of the Overlord team's goal. Fan Xing reacted quickly and flew to catch the ball. It's our turn to attack, counter-attack. Fan Xing's shout rang out in the stadium. The Callaway team's players ran back like a tide. The Callaway fans in the stands were a little anxious. They had just attacked for nearly 10 minutes, but still couldn't shake the opponent's defense. Now it was the Overlord team's turn to attack. Although they were still leading by 1 goal, this 1 goal could not guarantee enough sense of security. Captain, don't mark Yuan Thong, let me do it. Zhongde said in the team channel while retreating. Reason? Yuojia asked. There is not much difference between 2 people marking and 1 person marking, Zhongde said. Wei fell into silence. He knew that Zhongde's words made sense. Zheng Qi only occasionally received the ball outside the penalty area. The 2 of them could not prevent this. In the penalty area, there was not much difference between 1 person marking and 2 people marking. You have to think about it carefully. Wei said to Zhongde. My defensive ability is still okay. Zhongde replied. Wei nodded. He was of course aware of this. Zhongde's defensive ability was indeed the best among the 3 midfielders. Although he was young, he had a strong character and was good at pestering. His marking of Zheng Qi would certainly weaken the defensive strength of the front line of the penalty area. However, the Overlord team is now focusing on the wing, so even if it is weakened, it is not a big deal. And Wei and Yuojia can get out of it, so they can participate in defense or in other aspects, making the defense more solid. It took a long time to weigh the pros and cons. After making such a decision, Zhongde immediately caught up with Zheng Qi. Oh, substitution. Zheng Qi said. Yeah, it's time to change players. Zhongde nodded. It seems like you're really awesome, you can do the work of 2 people. Zheng Qi said exaggeratedly, you'll be the next captain, right? I'm far worse than the captain, but at this point, it's enough for me to be here alone. Anyway, there's not much difference. Zhongde said calmly. Well, maybe it's right to think so, but in fact, there's a big difference. Zheng Qi answered seriously. Both of them spoke very fast, but they ran even faster. In the time it took to finish a few words, the 2 had already crossed the center line. Zheng Qi made an emergency stop, and Zhongde followed suit. Zheng Qi accelerated horizontally, left a distance behind, and received a pass from his teammate. However, when he received the ball, Zhongde also pressed on at the same time. You react very quickly. Zheng Qi said as he controlled the ball. Because I can concentrate more. Zhongde said as he stretched out his foot to interfere with Zheng Qi's ability to get the ball. Concentration is indeed important. Zheng Qi dodged Zhongde's kick and replied, Wei and Yuojia's previous defender could certainly bring greater pressure, but they really couldn't completely concentrate on defending Zheng Qi. One of them was the captain and the other was the core of the organization, and other things would always distract them. And now, Zhongde can defend him without distraction. Won't the effect be better? Zhongde is very confident about this. He is better than Wei and Yuojia in defense alone, and his character is tougher than these 2 people. Wei and Yuojia are both people with strong personalities, but the specific situations they reflect are different. Wei is indomitable, Yuojia doesn't take anything to heart, and Zhongde is tough enough. He can endure. He is not afraid of losing face. He just needs to be able to entangle the opponent. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Seeing Zheng Qi pass the ball, he was not discouraged, but continued to follow Zheng Qi, waiting for Zheng Qi to receive the ball next time. It's easy for me to run out of the ball. How did you defend? Zheng Qi said to Zhongde. No matter how stoic Zhongde was, he couldn't help but choke at this time. What's your position? Blaming me for poor defense. However, his defense alone was certainly not as impeccable as the defense of Wei and Guojia. Zheng Qi did have more opportunities to get the ball, but he didn't think it would bring any changes. The more opportunities I have to get the ball, the greater the threat of attack. Don't you know this? Zheng Qi continued. Zhongde decided to ignore him. This is psychological warfare. Don't talk to him, he talks too much. Wei also warned in the team channel. At this time, Zheng Qi moved sideways again and accelerated, and received the pass from his teammate. Zhongde pressed forward at the first time. Zheng Qi took the ball and turned to protect the ball, as if preparing to pass the ball back. When two people are staring at him, he will pass the ball at the first time. When I am staring alone, he will take the ball and pass it. It's still different. Zhongde thought to himself while pressing Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi raised his foot and made a passing motion. Zhongde did not relax. The next moment, Zheng Qi dunked the ball backwards and turned to break through. Zheng Qi did not even have a little bit of fireworks in this breakthrough. Although Zhongde did not relax, his reaction was still a step slower. It was not until Zheng Qi turned around from his side that Zhongde turned around hastily and was thrown behind by Zheng Qi. Zhongde's face turned pale. It was indeed different between one person and two people. After Zheng Qi hit the space to get the ball, he had more choices, not only passing the ball, but also breaking through. The players of the Wei team could not have been unaware of this. No one had any objection just now. It can only be said that at that moment, they were all stuck in a fixed mindset. Of course, now is not the time to review. Wei, who was closer, began to run towards Zheng Qi. At this distance, Zheng Qi was already able to shoot a long shot and score. If he did not interfere, the consequences would be a bit terrible. Zheng Qi naturally would not give Wei such an opportunity. After getting rid of Zhongde, he just took 2 steps forward, then swung his right foot and was about to bombard the goal while running. A player who has mastered the ability to shoot from a long distance with a spinning ball is so terrifying, because he can still cause great damage when he is far away from the goal. Blind Xiao now focused all his attention, shooting from a distance of 30 meters away from the goal. The spinning ball can be saved. After all, the distance is relatively far, and the goalkeeper's reaction to make a judgment will be faster. The defensive method once described in that famous cartoon is real in the classical football game of the football era, standing on the goal line, making a judgment and then saving the ball. Of course, this is not something that ordinary goalkeepers can do. Only the best goalkeepers can show their reaction ability in such a situation. Zheng Qi's foot touched the ball. The next moment, the ball drew a straight line close to the ground and flew directly into the penalty area of the Overlord team. The Overlord, who was advancing, received this extremely exquisite straight pass. The 20-meter-long straight pass flew past at least 3 Wei players and landed accurately at the feet of the Overlord. The Overlord raised his foot to stop the ball, then quickly turned around and shot. Neither Rilai nor Ukai could react at this moment, and Zheng, the only one who reacted, only had time to stretch his foot and try to interfere with Ba Wang's shot. Unfortunately, this interference was still a step too slow, and the ball flew past Zheng's feet and flew straight to the far corner of the goal. Blind Xiao's attention was all at Zheng Qi's feet. He saw Zheng Qi's direct pass, but the speed of this direct pass exceeded his reaction speed. When Ba Wang completed his shot, he started his own save action, and in the end, he could only watch the ball fly past his hand and dive into the dead corner of the goal. 5-5. From 1-4 to 5-5, the Ba Wang team took a full 35 minutes. In these 35 minutes, the fans of the Ba Wang team went from disappointment to hope, to disappointment again, to hope again, and now, nothing can stop them from showing the most exciting performance. The shouts from the heart instantly flooded the entire stadium, and from that moment on, countless people became die-hard fans of the Overlords. Even though there was no such thing as die-hard fans in classical football matches, it still couldn't stop them from thinking this way. I am so happy to be able to witness such a miraculous game with my own eyes. A fan of the Overlords muttered to himself, and what he said unconsciously was actually the voice of many people. Because this moment has become forever. Chapter 582. The ups and downs of life. Wow, the boss is so awesome. This straight pass, it's like it was measured with a ruler. Awesome. Leader Rui in the stands hated himself for not being good at studying and not being able to express his inner emotions in better words. All he could say could only be summed up in 2 words, awesome. It was a scalpel-like pass. The action before the pass was also wonderful. He broke through first, then pretended to shoot to attract most people's attention, and passed the ball instantly. Only then could the Overlord turn around and shoot so easily. The captain's understanding of classical football is so deep. Wang Yuanfen said with admiration. Compared with Liga Rui, the difference was obvious. There are only a dozen minutes left in the game. Can we win? Can the captain win? Liga Rui turned around and asked Bin Xiaoqiang. Of course there is a possibility of winning, but the Kalaway team will not surrender next. They only need a draw to qualify. Bin Xiaoqiang nodded. There is a chance, but whether they can win depends on luck. Damn, why can they qualify with a draw? Liga Rui asked. Didn't I just say that? It's the group stage. The points were the same before, but the Overlord team had fewer goals. That's the rule. What's unfair about it? Wang Yuanfen knocked on Liga Rui. Oh, I forgot. Liga Rui touched his head and sat down. On the court, the Kalaway team had already started the game in silence. They didn't blame Thongday. Although Thongday boasted, he was quickly broken through by Zheng Qi and lost the ball. However, the decision was made by everyone together. At this time, of course, there was no need to blame others. They didn't have this habit. Defensor, defensor. The fans of the Overlord team in the stands shouted in unison. For them, the game was enough to satisfy them now. Although they wanted to see a victory and qualify, they had to resist the opponent's attack first to win. Defensor. The players of the Overlord team only thought about this at the moment. Constantly defending, through their own running, constantly intercepting the opponent's attack. Although Defensor was not enough for them to win the final victory at this time, only Defensor could allow them to continue to persevere. Defensor. Wan Shu tried his best to head the opponent's cross, and roared after landing. Defensor. Zhuang, who was about to dribble into the penalty area, was tackled by Yingbu. Yingbu, who couldn't stop his feet, flew out of the sideline with the ball, but he didn't say a word, got up and ran back. Although he wouldn't get injured in the football era, the pain of the collision would not be reduced at all, but Yingbu didn't care at all. He is not a tough guy, but at this moment, he is tougher than a tough guy. Zheng Qi also returned to Defensor. He stood in front of the penalty area and kept sweeping back and forth. It was because of his existence that Yingbu and Jibu could keep filling in everywhere and make up for the possible flaws in the back line. The defensor of the Overlord team has risen to a new level. Although the Kalaway team is constantly passing and breaking through, looking for opportunities, under their resolute defensor, they can't find any flaws at all. Don't worry, don't forget that we can also qualify if we draw. Wei said cautiously in the team channel. Although this statement is easy to discourage people, Wei knows that his players will not have a lucky heart. This statement is just to remind them not to be anxious. Whether it is impatient, you can't eat hot tofu, or haste makes waste, in short, it means the same thing. Only by calmness can the best results be achieved. The overall strength of the Kalaway team is better. If they don't have any problems, the Overlord team will not have any chance. Although the Kalaway team was defeated by the Overlord team from 1-4 to 5-5 inches the second half, in fact, the Overlord team's level is not that good. They are just in high spirits now. At this time, rushing to attack is to give others a handle, and delaying time is the smart way. The Overlord team should definitely be anxious, not the Kalaway team. Seeing that the game gradually began to calm down, the cautious offensive and defensor of both sides made the game quiet, and the fans of the Overlord team in the stands became a little anxious. They began to laugh loudly at the delaying actions of the Kalaway team. This made the fans of the Kalaway team very angry, but it was difficult to refute. The classical football game was originally only about honor. Few teams could drag their faces to delayed time. Kalaway's behavior was indeed a bit unkind. However, the Kalaway team did not care much. They were also wronged. Didn't we want to attack? The opponent was defending. What could we do? A draw would be possible, and we certainly didn't need to take risks. Until the 42nd minute, the Overlord team could not help it. They could only force it out, otherwise, they would just sit there and wait for death in the time till the end. They didn't want to sit there and wait for death. So they forced it out and began to press more frantically. In terms of personal ability, they were still a little worse, so in their defense a range expanded. In the eyes of the Callaway team, the Overlord team's defense line was immediately full of loopholes. The Callaway team immediately launched an attack. After all, deep down in their hearts, they didn't want to delay time, but didn't want to take risks. After receiving the ball, Yuojia passed it behind the Overlord team, and Zheng Yuan rushed forward at the same time, forming a double ghost knocking on the door. Yuojia certainly would not give the opponent a chance to steal the ball with this pass. The speed of his pass was quite fast, and the arc was also very high, so it was impossible to be intercepted in the middle. However, when the ball was about to fly over the Overlord team's defense line, Yingbu jumped up like a cannonball. The whole audience was filled with WTF. Everyone looked at Yingbu, who was thrown out by Zheng Qi like a fool. There is such a move. There really is such a move. Zheng Qi's strength points in this game were actually as high as 130 points, and then combined with Yingbu's bounce, they managed to achieve a miracle that could not be achieved even if the bounce points were increased. Generally, even if the attribute points were added to 200 points, the accelerated jump could only be more than 2 meters off the ground. The specific height is related to the player's own jumping talent, but even if the jumping ability is good, it is impossible to exceed 3 meters. There is always a limit. However, after being thrown by Zheng Qi, Yingbu flew 4 or 5 meters high, and then intercepted the ball in the air. Li and Huichuo in the stands opened their mouths at the same time. I think we had a big misunderstanding before. Li was silent for a while, then said, "Yes, throwing teammates out was impossible in the old classical football, but it is possible now," Huichuo muttered to himself. "But I think the rules will be revised soon," Li laughed. "Well, this operation subverts the way football is played, and the rules should be revised to prohibit such actions, but in this game, we will definitely suffer a loss." Huichuo laughed, looking very gloating. As an old rival of the Callaway team, it is always a happy thing to see them suffer a setback. On the field, the ball headed down by Yingbu fell at Jibu's feet, and when he took the ball, the players of the Overlord team had already launched a fierce attack. Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball, and then began to dribble forward. Seeing Thongday coming up to defend him, he raised his foot and passed the ball, and then continued to move forward. Thongday continued to follow up, and then he was in trouble. Zheng Qi now had more choices after getting the ball. He could choose to pass the ball or break through. Any choice required him to make more judgments. The next time Zheng Qi got the ball, Thongday was thrown away. Zheng Qi made a beautiful fake pass and left him behind, and then quickly dribbled forward. The Callaway team's defense line, which hurriedly returned to defense, collapsed in front of him. After shaking off Thongday, Zheng Qi only took 2 seconds to dribble to the front of the opponent's penalty area. There was a tyrant in the penalty area to help him distract attention. Although Zheng Lingjun came up, he was completely unable to stop Zheng Qi from taking off. This was a real takeoff. 20 meters away from the goal, Zheng Qi kicked the ball without warning. This was another genuine spinning ball. At a relatively close distance, the arc drawn by the ball in the air was not big enough, but it just bypassed the hand that blind Xiao stretched out and plunged into the dead corner of the goal. Hat-trick. Epic reversal. The 87th minute of the game. Any word that appeared was exciting enough, and when these 3 words appeared at the same time, it could only mean one thing, that is, an epic super reversal. The fans of the Overlord team in the stands went crazy, and the fans of the Callaway team were stunned. They did not expect such a situation to occur, but at this moment, their minds were all violently shaken. Zheng Qi lay on the lawn with his arms open. At this time, he could finally relax completely. This is a great game. Zheng Qi thought to himself. If it ends now. No one knows this yet, but after the game resumed, the celebrating Overlord team made a huge mistake. They persisted until the 90th minute and persisted until the stoppage time. However, their lack of experience made them make the most serious mistake so far. Zheng Qi was staring at Yuojia, but Yuojia made a wonderful pass. Under the cover of Wei, Thongday dribbled into the penalty area, and then his face shot deceived Jibu, who was in the position. Jibu's hasty tackle in the penalty area was shaken by him, and then Thongday scored the last goal of the game. 6-6. This is the final outcome of this game. And relying on this draw and the advantage of 6 goals, the King's journey in this qualifying tournament ended. The ups and downs of life are really exciting, said a fan of the Callaway team after the game. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 583. Foundation. Boss, you should be more open-minded. This is not your fault. Leader Rui said. Boss, it's all because of your teammates, otherwise we would have won long ago. Ban Yuanfen said. Captain, victory and defeat are common in the military, don't be too upset. Zheng Qi said nervously. Zheng Qi looked up helplessly at Zheng Qi lying on the bathroom door. You guys, you always persuade me wherever you see me, even when I go to the bathroom. Are you afraid that I will swallow feces and commit suicide? Zheng Qi's face turned pale, and then disappeared behind that door. Soon, his vomiting sound was heard in the bathroom. Young man, you don't have the ability to bear this. Zheng Qi pulled up his pants, then pushed open the bathroom cubicle and walked out. While washing his hands, he said to Zheng Qi, why did you think of watching my game today? Not training. Didn't I want to cheer you up? Zheng Qi finally finished vomiting. Are you okay, Captain? Of course I'm fine, what can happen? Zheng Qi said. It's a pity that we can't enter the knockout round. Zheng Qi said. That can't be helped. A draw is a draw. A difference in strength is a difference in strength. Besides, it's not my fault that we lost. Why should I be sad? I'll just try to make another sprint next year. Zheng Qi said nonchalantly. Zheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. I said, how could the captain be sad because of such a thing? They are worrying about nothing. I'll go and talk to them. Seeing Zheng Qi coming out of the bathroom, Zheng Qi smiled, looked at himself in the mirror, but the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Damn, I actually relaxed at the last moment. Otherwise, how could the guy score a goal? You were so embarrassed, Zheng Qi, don't you think you were embarrassed? Zheng Qi pointed at himself in the mirror and scolded him. Remember, get this back next year. You lost your game that you shouldn't have lost. You were so weak. After scolding, Zheng Qi finally let out a sigh of relief, snorted, and walked out of the locker room. After the previous game, the entire Overlord team looked like they were about to collapse. Zheng Qi was actually very disappointed, but he showed an indifferent look. Come back next year, and don't hold me back next year, I remember you were all young, right? There is still room for improvement. Next year, let's go to the World Cup together. After listening to Zheng Qi's words, the faces of the BA Wang team improved a little. Yes, they are all still young. The oldest BA Wang is only 24 years old. It's only the second year since they formed the team. Next year, it's only the third year. What's the problem if we come back next year? Will I see you next year? BA Wang asked with hope. Of course, as long as you show up, I will definitely show up. Zheng Qi smiled and said, I remember all your ideas and will contact you when the time comes. Which club are you from? We'll cheer for you. BA Wang suddenly said. No need, I'm just an ordinary person. I believed your lies. Recalling this scene, Zheng Qi smiled slightly, full of expectations for next year's game. The next step is the professional game. It's good to return to the club early. We can rush in the second half of the season. We must create more trouble for Feiji and the others. Zheng Qi thought to himself and walked into the training room. For Zheng Qi, his classical football journey was temporarily terminated. As a result, Lu Xiaoshan actually asked him in a private chat in the game the next day why he didn't make it to the top 32. Damn, what does it have to do with you? You just won the East Asian Championship, so that's great. Zheng Qi said angrily. I gave up your position, so of course I have to ask. Lu Xiaoshan said on the other end. What's wrong? Zheng Qi hung up the communicator. Hello? Hello? Damn, you actually hung up on me, beat them in the second half of the season. Lu Xiaoshan said angrily. You too, they lost, so what, why are you angry? Wen Xiang said helplessly. After all, he is someone I'm optimistic about, but he didn't even make it to the top 32. What kind of quality is that? No, I have to ask BA Wang and the others. Lu Xiaoshan said with lingering anger. Is this not necessary? Wen Xiang said in surprise. Of course I didn't. I plan to return to the Overlord team after winning the East Asian Cup. The time for the top 32 was just right. There was also a period of personnel adjustment at the time. I also wanted to win a World Cup together. But this kid didn't live up to his expectations. He lost before he even made it to the top 32. How can I not be angry that I lost a championship? Lu Xiaoshan said as a matter of course. You still want to win the Classic Football World Cup? You didn't even tell me. Wen Xiang said in surprise. Lu Xiaoshan smiled a little embarrassedly. Isn't this to make this year more perfect? Think about it, if we win the 5 championships, and then also win the Classic Football World Cup, then I will be a 6-time champion. Isn't that enough for me? Wen Xiang laughed and cried. You are too vain. Isn't that just a hobby? Lu Xiaoshan shrugged. Wen Xiang nodded. She knew Lu Xiaoshan's personality. Although Lu Xiaoshan's image in the outside world is that of a cold, arrogant, and domineering person, that is just a commercial image. In fact, his true intention is nothing more than pursuing the highest honor. Only such players will always make an impact towards the 5-time champion, and never change their original intention. After hanging up Lu Xiaoshan's phone, Zheng Qi didn't think much about it. He was indeed a little unhappy about this defeat, but although he was young, he had also experienced a lot of things. If he failed, it would be bad to hold a grudge next time. In the next few days of training, Zheng Qi's performance was very normal, and Fifan's players were relieved Zheng Qi could participate in the overall training in the next month, which would be of great help to Fifan's performance in the second half of the season. Fifan is now ranked first in the standings, which is a great thing, but Fifan's players and coaches know that this is only temporary. This year, the strength of the teams in the league is relatively close, strangling together, and the fact that Fifan was not taken seriously at the beginning gave Fifan enough space and opportunities, but it is obvious that such opportunities will not last too long. Now Changping and Nangwu are only 2 points behind them. Although Tianhe, ranked 4th, has a large gap in points with them, it is actually only 8 points. With 14 rounds left, these 8 points may not be safe. Now Fifan is the No. 1 team. Any other team will fight them to the death and show their best side at the same time. Under such circumstances, the pressure on Fifan Club is much greater than that in the first half of the season. Under such circumstances, they can be tested more. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan. Only strong pressure can make people grow the fastest. I dare say that the improvement brought by the 14 games in the second half of the season is much greater than the dozens of games we played before. Of course I believe it. Zhu Shan smiled and replied. But in the second half of the season, do we really have no chance to win the championship? Yes, how can we not have the chance to win the championship? Then of course we have to win it. The training effect brought by a championship is also extraordinary. If we don't win the championship in the end, the experience of failure will also be extraordinary, so what do we have to worry about? In short, it is a sure win. Meng Fan replied. High, really high. Zhu Shang gave a thumbs up. The Fifan players were of course not aware of the conversation between the two coaches. They had been exhausted by the rigorous training recently. Watching Zheng Qi's game was the only relaxing moment. With Zheng Qi's return, their training continued to become strict. It would be fine if it was just strict, they would adapt to it. However, under the close observation of the 10 Frankensteins in the tactical department of the Fifan club, once they adapted, they would increase the amount the next day and maintain the point where they had to use all their strength to complete it within a day. This approach is of course cruel and strict, but it can train the players to be in good condition. With Feng King and others in control, the players of the Fifan club will not collapse because they can't bear it. Their physical condition and mental stress will be tested after training every day. Meng Fan is also worried that some players will collapse because they can't bear the pressure. Fortunately, they are mainly young players. They may lack experience and may be emotionally unstable, but they can handle it. This is the advantage of young people. As a veteran in the team, Ben Shikang has not been tortured in this way, but he also knows that what he needs now is to better integrate with his teammates. He is also very determined to make a career in this team, because this is the strongest teammate they have met so far. In short, everything is hopeful. They have lofty goals. Under this premise, they can bear more. All teams that can create results often have such a premise, which is one of the foundations of success. Do you think we can succeed? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi before the start of the second half of the game. That depends on what is considered successful. Zheng Qi smiled. What is your definition of success? Su Jing asked back. That should be at least 5 championships. Zheng Qi said. There will be championships every year. In the eyes of many people, winning is indeed a success, but with the foundation of our club, it is not difficult to achieve this. Should we be satisfied with this? Dissatisfaction will give you motivation. Su Jing laughed. Yes, desire is the key to driving human progress, and the same is true in competitive games. Anyway, I'm moving towards the goal of winning the 5 championships, regardless of whether others can get it or not, regardless of whether we are the first to win the 5 championships, I will keep this as my goal. Zheng Qi said firmly. Such an honor, in fact, does not diminish its greatness no matter who wins it. Su Jing said softly. Zheng Qi smiled and did not answer. Chapter 584. Heroes Fight for Supremacy. Zheng Qi actually knew what Su Jing meant. This was to make Zheng Qi not anxious, not to worry about whether Cheng Fen could win the 5 championships this year. After all, this kind of thing is difficult for Fifen to control. As long as there is no problem with Cheng Fen this year, there will be no problem. Zheng Qi didn't really care about it, but he had a chance to stop the opponent. After all, Fifen had a chance to stop the opponent in the League and Cup. Whether you can do it is one thing, and whether you do it or not is another. 2 months passed quickly, and for the fans of football era, the second half of the season they are looking forward to will soon kick off. For Cheng Fen's fans, their team has won 2 championships. In the East Asian Cup, Cheng Fen was unstoppable. First, they defeated the clubs from Japan and South Korea in succession, and then they also had a considerable advantage in the match against the Indian club. Lu Xiaoshan and Shin Fei were like 2 sharp blades, constantly cutting through the opponent's defenser, and then their teammates took advantage of the situation to establish an advantage. This style of play is actually very simple, but in front of these 2 top attackers, Lu Xiaoshan and Shin Fei, it can play an extremely good role. In such a tactic, Lu Xiaoshan and Shin Fei's data will not be too good because they will take the lead in tearing open the opponent's defenser. This kind of work is very important, but it is very disadvantageous. After all, they will bear the opponent's most violent counterattack. However, when top players like Lu Xiaoshan and Shin Fei do not care about their own data but work hard for the whole team to perform at their level, what else can stop this team? Nothing. Cheng Fen is just like their name, riding the wind and waves, invincible. They got the East Asian Cup Championship again, which is just the beginning for them. Looking at the momentum Cheng Fen showed in the East Asian Cup, the doubts about them can be eliminated. The unstable performance in the first half of the season is just them accumulating strength. In the second half of the season, their speed of progress will exceed everyone's imagination. Some media commented that, relatively speaking, Qinhe seems to have fallen a little this year. Compared with last year, Qinhe's performance does not seem to have made any progress. Instead, it has become unstable. Now there is a gap of 6 points from Cheng Fen. In front of Cheng Fen, who has already started his own sprint, the gap of 6 points seems so big. The outbreak of Nanguo this year is considered by everyone as a highlight. Being able to double-kill Cheng Fen proves their level and foundation. At the same time, their rate of grabbing points from weak teams this year has also begun to become very high. If Cheng Fen has an opponent in the second half of the season, it should be Nanguo. However, the attitude of the media towards Fifen, who is currently ranked first, is very cautious. They admit that Fifen is now a strong team, but if they really say that they can win the championship, it still makes people feel uneasy. It's better to say that Fifen ranked first because of its own strength than because all the strong teams encountered some troubles. Relying on youth and momentum, they were able to achieve good results in the first season, but in the second half of the season, experience will play a more important role. Unless they can overcome such obstacles, they will still not be the contenders for the championship. Fifen's fans felt very dissatisfied with the media's evaluation, but they couldn't refute it. The first game after the start of the second half of the season seemed to prove the correctness of the media's judgment. In the first game of the second half of the season, which was the 25th round of the league, Fifen Club challenged Qinhe away. Li Qing's tactical mastery ability was fully demonstrated in this game. Qinhe used meticulous tactics to give Qinhe an advantage in all aspects when its personal level was not superior. The whole game was almost suppressed by Fifen. Fifen had some shining points, but under the opponent's excellent tactical suppression, as a whole, they had no resistance. The final score of this game was 4-1, and Qinhe defeated Fifen at home. Fifen, like the first half of the game, had a black start. However, the media were also depressed. Cheng Fen, which they were very optimistic about, also failed to win the game. It was obvious that they were a little tired after winning the East Asian Cup. A month of recovery was not enough for them to recover to their best condition. In this game, they were tied by Thunder and still lagged behind Fifen by 1 point. The one who topped the standings was Nanguo, which had defeated Xiu stably in this round. Is the era of Nanguo come in? The media in City G said excitedly after this round of games. As one of the traditional 3 strong teams, Nanguo has not won the championship for many years. It is mainly because they were suppressed by Changfeng and Tianhe. Tianhe did not look good this year, and Changfeng was double killed by Nangguo in the league. With such performance, Nangguo has a chance to hit the league championship. No one does not want to win the league championship, but if we want to win the league championship, we need to do a little more. Now we only have a 1-point advantage, and there are still 13 rounds in the league. It's too early to mention this now. Chen Feng said in an interview. This year's league is starting to be interesting. Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile after reading the report. His smile stabilized the emotions of the Changfeng players. It was originally like this. As the captain and core of Changfeng, Lu Xiaoshan has always been the barometer of Changfeng's games. The 26th round of the league. The media were very sad and embarrassed. Nangguo, who had just been praised by them, lost the chain in this round and was tied by the newly promoted Yan Shuang, while Changfeng and Fifan also encountered a tie. Fifan's tie was at least more face-saving. They tied with Xianfen, while Changfeng was tied by a weak team again. This time, it was the weak team Mengfen that tied them. The points of the top 3 teams crawled forward like a snail, while Tianhe won the away game without saying a word. After 2 rounds, Tianhe, which was originally 8 points behind Fifan, 6 points behind Changfeng and Nangguo, is now only 3 points behind Fifan, 2 points behind Changfeng, and 4 points behind Nangguo. If I didn't admire these 4 teams, I would say that they were just chickens fighting each other in these 2 rounds. Yuan Fei complained to his friends in private. In the first 2 rounds of the second half, although Tianhe maintained a good state, the other 3 strong teams did not perform well. However, in this way, Tianhe, which was originally considered to be far away from the championship, has now become a strong part of the championship again. When the 27th round began, the top 4 finally collectively fought for it. When facing Corning, Nangguo showed their excellent defensive ability and did not allow Corning to get any chances throughout the game. Then Sun Fei made a fatal blow, and Nangguo won Corning by 1 goal and continued to rank first. Fifan played against Sunderland, who had just tied Changfeng, at home. Fifan did not show mercy to this weak team that indirectly helped them. They were ruthless at home and attacked fiercely, beating the opponent to pieces. The score of 4-0 raised the morale of Fifan fans, which had already been somewhat exhausted. Changfeng, on the other hand, managed to win a narrow victory over the powerful Qingquan team after adjusting their status. It was not Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei who performed well in this game, but other players, such as Feng Tu, Yaoxin, and Liang, a newcomer who is gradually emerging this year. Tianhe, which had performed the best among the 4 strong teams before, did not let down either. They defeated the mid-level team Qingxing 4-3 inches a goal battle. Since the beginning of the second half, they have won consecutively and continued to chase after the top 3 teams. Now should be the time to sprint. The media began to express their opinions cautiously. This year's league was a bit strange, but overall, the strong teams still showed their level. Now there are only 11 rounds left in the entire league. If these strong teams still make mistakes, it can only prove that the level of the entire league has begun to decline this year. In fact, the high-end level of this year's league, such as Changfeng, may have declined, but the level of other teams has risen. These outstanding players from Changfeng have benefited other teams a lot, and Changfeng's stability level has indeed declined a lot, which has caused the complicated situation of this year's league. The complex situation is obviously more attractive, or more exciting. The 2 heroes have been competing for hegemony for 5 years, and now it has finally fallen into a situation of a group of heroes fighting. Although the media are constantly slapped in the face, they are actually very happy, because there are many more places to report on the current league. The league has entered the final sprint stage, and the cup competition is about to start the knockout stage. Now is the time for the real test. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan thoughtfully. Zhu Shan's face was not very good. The second half of the game started 3 rounds, Fifan had 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss. He was not satisfied with this result. In these 3 games, the players, including Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi, had some ups and downs in performance. Even if this was the price they had to pay, he was not too happy. Don't be unhappy, but this unhappiness can be shown in front of the players to add more pressure on them. Meng Fan smiled. Zhu Shan nodded. Yes, we need to put some pressure on them. The good results in the first half have made them inflated. Yes, they are inflated. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly to Tianhe, and we still have a chance to defeat Xianfen. Meng Fan nodded and agreed with his point of view. But this is normal. Young people have unstable performance. It's normal. Now that they have fallen from the first position, they should learn some lessons. We can't lose the next cup knockout rounds. Zhu Shan sighed. Chapter 585. Happy Guy. The first and second halves of the professional league do not completely divide the entire schedule equally. Instead, the first half accounts for nearly 2/3 of the schedule, while the second half only accounts for a little more than 1/3. This is because most of the knockout matches of the cup competition are held in the second half. In the first half of the cup competition, there is only one qualifier and 2 group matches, while there are 4 knockout matches in the cup competition. Moreover, the closer you get to the knockout stage, the more difficult the competition becomes. For the sake of fairness, the league schedule is much looser than the first half. This is to allow the teams that are challenging for the championship to attack on both fronts without too many concerns. Although the second half of the cup competition will involve a huge amount of energy, the teams that are often challenging for the league championship are also such teams, so it is generally fair. As for some unfairness, it is inevitable. After all, if you want to challenge for a few championships, you naturally have to do better than others. The quality of the top 16 teams in this Chinese team competition is much higher than in previous years. All the recognized strong teams are included, including the top 10 teams in the league, as well as famous teams such as Hong Yuan, which have performed well in the first-class teams. In the draw for the top 16, Fifan suddenly drew an old rival. "Wow, brother Xi, we meet again," Zheng Qi said with a twitching laugh. Xi Yongfei looked at Zheng Qi with an ugly face, wanting to wheat Zheng Qi. This year, Hong Yuan's situation is much better than last year. Without a stable team like Chongqing and a freak like Fifan, Hong Yuan itself is quite strong. Although the failure to advance to the Super League last year was a big blow, it also taught Xi Yongfei some lessons. While introducing several good players in the transfer market this year, Xi Yongfei also paid more attention to developing the strengths of all his teammates, which made their performance this year quite outstanding. In the first half, Hong Yuan won consecutive victories and was ahead of its biggest competitors Yo Quang and Bailuo by double digits. The advantage was quite obvious. It should not be a problem to return to the Super League as the first place. Since the league was stable, Xi Yongfei wanted to make a name for himself in the cup competition, which would also make his team and himself more famous, and it would be more advantageous to recruit players in the Super League next year. This idea was certainly correct, but it was a pity that Xi Yongfei was unlucky. After entering the top 16, he unexpectedly ran into Fifan all of a sudden. With Xi Yongfei's current confidence and Hong Yuan's strength, as long as they didn't run into the top few teams, even if they ran into a strong team like Shenhuaxinfen, they would not be without the strength to fight. As a result, they ran into the top 4 teams, and they were the Fifan they were most reluctant to face. In terms of strength, Fifan still had a certain gap compared to strong teams like Chengfen Henan. However, for Hong Yuan, Fifan had left a huge shadow on them. If they really wanted to say the team they least wanted to run into, it would be Fifan, and they ran into Fifan. "Look at how proud you are. We will kill you later," Xi Yongfei said in a timid manner. "Yeah, I'll wait." Zheng Qi nodded repeatedly. Seeing Zheng Qi like this, Xi Yongfei's murderous aura was reduced by more than half. He knew that Hong Yuan might be better than last year this year, but Fifan was much better than last year. Last year, Hong Yuan had no resistance at all when it met Fifan and was beaten to pieces. Will it be able to increase its resistance this year? It's hard to say. Let's have a good fight and learn from each other, and make progress together, Zheng Qi said to Xi Yongfei. Xi Yongfei nodded. This was the only way now. After all, they had drawn a lot, and they couldn't just admit defeat without fighting. Moreover, after thinking carefully, Xi Yongfei felt that it was nothing great to meet Fifan. Even if they lost to Fifan, facing such a strong team would be good for the future development of the entire team. This year, Hong Yuan was able to perform well in the league. The tough battles with Chongqing and Fifan last year played a very critical role. The experience gained from training and ordinary matches is meaningless after reaching a certain level. If you want to improve your level again, you can only do so by playing against better opponents. After all, human resources are limited. The experience and proficiency that can be accumulated through hard training and ordinary matches are limited at best. The so-called potential cannot be clearly reflected by data. It is not uncommon for players with the same attributes to perform completely differently on the field. If you want to have better abilities on the field, you have to rely on various factors. Otherwise, if there is a set of effective methods to measure strength, do clubs still have to work so hard? Just find a way to form a team according to that method. Why is there still a distinction between strong teams and weak teams? It is precisely because of these uncertainties that the game is full of charm. This is true for classical football and the current football era game. Last year, when facing Fifan, how should I put it, we lost badly. Fifan is very strong, but if I hadn't only valued the strength of a few important players and ignored the help to other teammates, we wouldn't have lost so helplessly. And this year's Hong Yuan is different from last year. We can mobilize the ability of each player. Although Fifan may become stronger this year, we must also have a strong fighting spirit to treat this game. Xi Yonfei was cheering up his players. He was really different this season. Last season, everyone could see his arrogance. Many teammates knew what he was thinking and knew that after being promoted to the Super League, they might not have a place in the team. Now, no matter which teammate it is, Xi Yonfei will try his best to help, not thinking about whether this teammate will be his teammate next year, and whether the hard work he spent on him will be in vain. How you look at the world is how the world looks at you. How you look at others is how others treat you. Although there is not much adjustment in the personnel of Hong Yuan this year, it has been completely renewed overall. Although Xi Yonfei did not make any breakthroughs in his personal skills this year, his contribution to the overall team is even better. Setbacks make people mature. Now Xi Yonfei is undoubtedly more mature than last year. To some extent, he has to thank Zheng Qi and Fifan. Xi Yonfei actually knows this, but he doesn't want to say it out loud. He also wants to save face. However, in the game, it is not enough to save face, but to show real strength. Compared with last year, Hong Yuan is stronger, and its advantage in the first-class league is a clear proof of this. However, compared with Fifan, their gap is still obvious. In the second day's game, Hong Yuan resisted tenaciously amid the cheers of Fifan fans. They united around Xi Yonfei in the game, and when Xi Yonfei was cut off by Fifan's players, they did not panic, but played their own level steadily. Even when Xi Yonfei was cut off by others, he continued to command the offensive and defensive of the entire team in that team channel, and at the same time he continued to play his god-level player's strength. Hong Yuan lost the game in the end, but it was not a shameful loss. The final score was 2-4. Under the pressure of Fifan, Hong Yuan still scored 2 goals, one of which fully demonstrated Xi Yonfei's outstanding personal ability. After the game, there was warm applause in the stands, not only from Fifan fans, but also from Hong Yuan fans. "You are still awesome." Xi Yonfei sighed, and then took the initiative to shake hands with Zheng Qi. "You are not bad either. You forced us all into this. Alas, I will be scolded again when I go back." Zheng Qi sighed. "You're blacking me again," Xi Yonfei said helplessly. "I really didn't blacken you. We will definitely be scolded to death for our performance today. Didn't you see that our head coach's face changed?" Zheng Qi said. Xi Yonfei turned his head and looked at Zhu Shan from a distance. It seemed that his face didn't change much. "You are not familiar with him. If you are familiar with him, you will know that he is on the verge of exploding at this time. If you don't believe me, look at my brothers. Everyone's face is pale, as if they lost the game," Zheng Qi said. Xi Yonfei turned his head to look at the Fifan players and found that they were just as Zheng Qi said, with pale faces, twitching calves, and a look of being absent-minded. "Isn't your coach too strict?" Xi Yonfei said in surprise. "A strict teacher produces excellent students. How about joining our Fifan? Top-notch teachers plus top-notch training will ensure that you can go a step further and surpass the category of god-level players, and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with players of the same level as Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's," Zheng Qi said. "Don't be kidding." Xi Yonfei rolled his eyes. "No kidding, come if you're interested, we're a team that wants to challenge the 5-time champion," Zheng Qi said. At that moment, Xi Yonfei did not deny that he was tempted. However, he quickly shook his head. "Forget it, the 5-time champion, even if I get it, I'm not the protagonist, and I don't want to follow any team to mix a few championships, otherwise I would have joined Team Head at the time." "Really?" Zheng Qi looked surprised. Xi Yonfei's face flushed, and he was angry and embarrassed. "Of course it's true. Li Qing's came to me personally and said that as long as I corrected some of my shortcomings, I could become their main force and fight for the 5-time champion together, but I still refused. I've been a supporting role enough. Now, I just want to be the protagonist. Led Hong Yuan to gain a foothold in the Super League and create a new world. That's a pity." Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing I can do. Everyone has their own ambitions. When you change your mind, come to me. Our Fifan club welcomes prodigals like you who have returned." "What are you talking about? I was a bad guy before," Xi Yonfei muttered, then let go of his hand and walked towards his teammates. "Brothers, do you know the level of the top team? We will work harder next time and rush to the Super League. Every game in the future will be as exciting as today. Xi Yonfei shouted to the other players of Hong Yuan. What a happy guy. Looking at his back, Zheng Qi sighed. Chapter 586. Fight better, okay? You were just a Hong Yuan team, but you played so badly. Do you still want to win the championship? You were so proud after winning the halftime championship. Do you think you were a 5-time champion? I have been too lazy to say anything to you in the recent games. You were just a mid-level team. You were not worthy at the top few places. Zheng Qi did not fool Xi Yonfei this time. In fact, after the game, when he returned to the locker room, Zhu Shan showed the style of the tough young coach back then. No matter what kind of players were there, he scolded them one by one. Of course, he did not scold casually. Instead, he scolded everyone one by one for their performance on the field and the mistakes that he thought should not have happened. The scolding was very unpleasant, but it made sense. From the most famous and oldest veteran Bin Shikai to the captain Zheng Qi, no one could escape his scolding. He scolded for a full hour, and everyone was pale. As for temper, everyone has it, but this time, facing Zhu Shan's scolding, the extraordinary players could not say a word. Because in these few games, regardless of winning or losing, Zhu Shan never scolded them, and they really relaxed involuntarily, especially when they were still in second place after one loss and one draw. They unconsciously felt a little proud, thinking that they still had a chance to win the championship if they continued to play. After winning 2 games in the league and cup, Zhu Shan's scolding made them realize that their current situation was not very good. Although they were still ranked second in the league, it was obvious that other teams had already started to speed up. If they continued to maintain this state in the cup, the next games would not be too easy. They were lucky to meet Hong Yuan in this game, but after winning this game, there were only 8 teams left in the cup. Among the 8 teams in the quarterfinals, except for them, Changfeng He, Hen and Yukanning, Xinfeng and Manxiu, none of them were easy to deal with, and all of them were better than Hong Yuan. They played against Hong Yuan in this game, but it was also very strenuous. So when Zhu Shan scolded them, they could only listen. Although they were still a little unconvinced, they had nothing to say to refute Zhu Shan before they had a good performance next time. Tomorrow is a day off. 3 days later, you have to perform well in the game against King Quang. King Quang is in good shape recently. They only lost 1 goal to Cheng in the last round. They had been unbeaten for 5 rounds before that. Teams like Xinfeng and Jinlong have suffered losses from them. If we underestimate them, we will be taught a lesson. At this point, Zhu Shan smiled coldly. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating. I hope you can still laugh in the next game. Tiffin's players left the locker room in embarrassment, leaving only Zheng Qi. Well, coach, isn't that a bit too much? After all, the recent performance is a bit ugly. In addition to their own relaxation, you didn't arrange it well in terms of tactics. Zheng Qi whispered. I haven't arranged tactics for them carefully this season, but they played well before. That's why they relaxed. Zheng Qi, you have to know that we can't afford any mistakes next year, so this year, we have to be more stable. Zhu Shan relaxed his expression and answered in a low voice. Yes, we are actually lucky this year. When we were about to collapse, we inexplicably stabilized. In addition, the performance of other teams was also up and down. Our teammates probably think that the professional league is easy to play. Zheng Qi sighed. Yes, the competitiveness of the league this year is actually slightly lower, so we can always rank at the front. By next year, all teams will be stronger and the competitive pressure of the league will be greater. The top players dispersed by Changfeng will be able to truly raise the level of the entire league next year. Zhu Shan sighed. There is a long way to go. If we had known earlier, we would have tried to hit a 5-time champion this year. Zheng Qi smiled. Don't make a fuss. Didn't we want to win that game? We can't win. Since we lost the Super Cup, winning 1 or 2 championships will not help. Instead, our young people will not learn a lesson. Instead of winning 1 or 2 championships without any pain, it is better to keep a low profile for a season and start a sprint next year. Coach Meng and I have the same idea on this point. Zhu Shan sighed. It's a bold idea, but I like it. Zheng Qi smiled and looked extremely wretched again. You're obviously a good guy, why do you always like to laugh like this? Zhu Shan shook his head. This makes me look more mysterious. This is my personality, understand? Only when the personality is not broken can it become popular. Zheng Qi said seriously. Zhu Shan touched his head and felt that he was really old. Some extraordinary players who are still unwilling to accept it were hit hard in the next 28th round of the game. The frivolous rejuvenation has achieved fruitful results this season. In the first half of the season, they lost to Fifan. Now, Yuan Kong, Zheng Qi and Xilai have completely assumed the core role. A group of outstanding young players surround them, allowing them to show an extremely good state. They were unbeaten for 5 consecutive rounds before, and only lost to Zheng in the last round, which is enough to prove their strength. Although they are only ranked 16th now, there is still a distance from the middle, and they have not escaped the relegation zone, but their prospects are so bright. In this round at Fifan's home court, they showed an extremely good state. They fought with Fifan until the last moment in every link. When the game ended, the away fans cheered loudly. 1-0, Xilai assisted Yuan Kong and scored a key goal, winning a key victory. After winning this game, King Quan rushed to the 13th place in the league, 5 points ahead of the relegation zone, and was already in a relatively safe position. And Fifan. In this round of games, Zheng won, Nanguo won, and Tianhe also won. Fifan, who was originally ranked 2nd, suddenly slipped to 4th place. They were tied with Tianhe, but ranked 4th due to the disadvantage of goal difference. Although they were still 6 points ahead of the 5th-placed Shenhua, the point gap with the 1st-placed Nanguo had widened to 4 points. In just 4 rounds, they went from leading by 2 points to lacking by 4 points. This is the sprint stage of the Super League. As long as you perform poorly for a period of time, the outstanding performance before may be easily wiped out. The media's praises surged to the top 3 like a tide. They were praising Nanguo's accumulation of strength, Zheng's kingly demeanor, and Tianhe's desperate counterattack. And Fifan. But it is a ready-made negative example. Fanfan, a newly promoted team that performed well in the first half of the season, showed a clear decline after the start of the second half of the season. In the 24 league games in the first half, their winning rate was extremely high, winning 17 games, with a winning rate of more than 70%. In the 4 league games in the second half so far, they only won 1 game. They did not try their best in the game, but they just couldn't win the game. This seems to be enough to prove that the level of this team is not as good as their ranking suggests. Maybe they are really strong and have great prospects, but for now, they are not enough to cause too much trouble to the league structure. In the first half of the season, relying on some of their special tactics, such as surrounding Ben Shikai and relying on several players with excellent personal defensive abilities to entangle the opponent's key players, Fanfan took a lot of advantages in the league. However, this tactic will not achieve good results in the long run. After the opponents in the league gradually adapted to their style of play, they no longer showed how good their state and level are. Temporary excellence does not mean anything. If you want to become truly strong, you still have to make your own hard power better. All media outlets are using Fifan as a negative example, and these reports inevitably affect the mood of Fifan's players. We actually played very well in this game. Those King Quan guys played really well. What can we do? Liga Rui muttered. I think the coach is right. We are still not serious enough. Now we are 4 points behind Nanguo. If we don't work harder, there is really no hope for the championship. Wang Yuanfen said. Yes, we started so well this year. It would be a pity if we don't work harder. Fu Lei said with some heartache. 4 points in 10 rounds, we are not without a chance. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, but if we still play like this, it will be difficult. The opponents in these 4 games are not particularly strong. When Zheng Qi said this, all the players were silent. Although they could find countless reasons to prove that there was a reason why they didn't win, deep down, they still knew that there was no other reason for not winning, just because they didn't perform well enough. In a league, if you don't perform well enough, you may not be relegated, and you may even be ranked well, because there may be many teams that perform worse than you. However, it is impossible to win the championship, because you can't expect everyone to perform as poorly as you do. In the next period of time, let's perform better, okay? Ben Shikai stood up and said. The other players began to look at Ben Shikai. I'm not dissatisfied with the current ranking. As long as we play better in the future, ranking 4th is not a problem. I have been in the league for so long, and the best result is only 4th. If I can break my best record at the age of 32, it will be a happy thing. Ben Shikai finally said. Chapter 587 Two Dreams. Ben Shikai words did not receive any response at the time. He did not seem to care whether his teammates responded or not. After saying this, he patted the shoulders of several teammates around him, then left the hall and walked towards his room. Bin Shikai words are very powerful. Meng Fan sighed after listening to Zheng Qi's retelling. Yes, he is a well-deserved god-level player. He has been in the league for more than 10 years, and the best result is a top 4. This is enough to make his teammates realize that what they have obtained is what many people dream of. Zheng Qi nodded. This season, most teams have hit some ups and downs in performance, which also gave them some unrealistic fantasies, thinking that the cruelty of the league is just like that. Facts will let them know how ridiculous such an idea is. If the league is so simple, why have top players like Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's always been so eager for the league championship? Meng Fan sneered. Some things are hard to understand if you don't experience them and just rely on others' words. Zheng Qi laughed. You haven't experienced it, but you know it. Meng Fan smiled. That's because I'm a genius with extraordinary talent. Zheng Qi patted his chest. There are still 10 rounds of the league. To be honest, it's very difficult to win the championship. If there was still a chance before, it's gone now. This is the price that a young team must pay. But when it comes to the last moment, when everyone knows that there is no hope of winning the championship, Bin Shikai words can play a huge role. Meng Fan patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder. Come on, the 5-time champion is not something that can be obtained by talking about it out of thin air. Don't worry, the honor that my Fei Ji and Lu Xiaoxun are not sure of getting will certainly not be so easy to get. Zheng Qi laughed. Meng Fan laughed, and his confidence in Zheng Qi has never weakened. It's just that for a league, it is absolutely impossible to win the championship by relying on one person. Only after having a group of loyal and reliable teammates can it be easier to win. Everyone knows this, but no one can be like Meng Fan, who has been looking for such teammates for Zheng Qi from the beginning. Now, Fifan already has an excellent team. What needs to be done now is just to make this team mature. Everything this year is for this goal. The experience of winning the championship is very important. Fifan is now on the road to winning the championship. So in this situation, the last thing that can be produced is the emotion of the championship is easy to win. Although Fifan is now 4 points behind, if they still perform mediocrely in the future and still rank among the top in the end, it will have a bad impact. From the perspective of morale, the recent results are not good, and everyone is still quite disappointed. Zheng Qi finally said with a smile. Well, next is the time for you as the captain to play a role. Meng Fan nodded. For the Fifan players, it only took 4 rounds to go from leading by 2 points to trailing by 4 points, and Tinhe had already caught up with them by 8 points in 4 rounds. However, because Tinhe was behind them by a lot of points before, they still didn't really feel the urgency. In these 4 rounds, Chengfeng and Nangguo didn't win all the games, so this gave them an illusion that as long as we return to the state of the first half of the season, it shouldn't be difficult to regain the first place. This is caused by the lack of experience in winning the championship. They don't know that in a league, no team can win all the games. Even the strongest teams will have ups and downs in performance. However, the stronger the team is, the more tenacious it will be, and the less likely it will make mistakes. And the closer it is to the end of the season, the more desperate the teams fighting for relegation will be in the game, and when facing these desperate opponents, those strong teams can also maintain a high winning rate, which is the key factor for their strength. Fifan players will soon know this truth. The 29th round of the league is coming soon. Fifan's opponent is Zheng Qi. This team is now ranked 15th, only 4 points ahead of the relegation zone, and is a relegation team. When they met in the first half of the season, Fifan was in good form. They easily won 3 goals away from home. This round is their home court. In the eyes of Fifan's players, it should not be difficult to win the opponent. Although it is difficult to play against relegation teams, victory or defeat ultimately depends on strength. Fifan now has more strength advantages than its opponents. However, in the game, Fifan's players thought that they had tried very hard, but compared with their desperate opponents, they were still a little short of something. They took the lead twice in the game, but were tied by Zheng Qi twice. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Fifan could only accept a draw helplessly. In other matches, Nangguo, who had already played in full form, beat Chen by 4 goals at home, beating this rival of the same level. Changfeng also won by 4 goals, defeating Yu Chen, who had defeated them in the first round. You know, Yu Chen is now ranked 11th, and it is not a weak team. Xi and he increased their winning streak to 6 games. They beat Minfeng by a small margin and maintained their winning streak since the beginning of the second half. Fifan's ranking was completely fixed at 4th place, 6 points behind their first Nangguo. This game was really suffocating. Those guys fought us like crazy. Are there any of them like this? After the game, Zheng Qi couldn't help but curse in the locker room. Don't be naive. Why wouldn't they fight us? They are a relegation team. Every point they can get is a point. Moreover, with our current state, they are not invincible. If we had performed well before and won consecutively, maybe they would have saved their energy and given up this game to better compete for the next victory. But with the state we showed before, they certainly have the confidence to fight against us. Zhu Shan sneered. Isn't this bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Liga Rui muttered. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, isn't it normal in the league? The key is not that the other party bullies the weak and fears the strong, but that we were too soft before. Zhu Shan said sternly. I have said it more than 3 times, right? No points can be easily obtained. If you don't fight hard, there will be no victory. If we continue to play like this, let alone the league championship, we're in danger of the top 4. Coach, we know we're wrong, but now we're a little behind, Fulei said with a wry smile. A lot. There are still 9 rounds left in the league, and the 6-point gap is only 2 rounds. If we can win all the next 9 rounds, we can still challenge for the championship, but with our current performance, are we qualified to dream of winning all the games? Zhu Shan asked back. Winning in a row can win the championship. Tiffin's players looked at each other in bewilderment. At least there is a chance to win the championship. If we continue to compete like this, there is no chance at all. Zhu Shan replied. Then let's go all out, and try to challenge for a 9-game winning streak. Zheng Qi waved his fist. To be honest, we have lost face in the past few rounds. People are laughing at us everywhere, and our attendance rate has begun to decline. This is all money. As a major shareholder of the club, I'm really heartbroken about this phenomenon. So, boss, we're sorry for you. Liga Rui said. Do you know that you're sorry for me? You have to fight hard in every game from now on. Do you dare? As long as everyone fights hard and works hard, the bonus will be doubled after the season ends. Zheng Qi said. Boss, you got rich. Liga Rui was shocked. The wind blows the eggshells away, the money is gone and the people are happy. What's the big deal? A man like me always regards money as art. Brothers, you are willing to bleed a lot just for the boss. Let's fight hard to finish this season. What do you say? Fulei turned around and asked everyone else. Okay, if we really win 9 games in a row, we won't be just 4th, right? Ban Yuanfeng said. Wouldn't this also fulfill the dream of the boss Bin? Bai Senator said happily. Bin Shikai laughed. That's great. See, now there is another reason, right? Brothers, you have to work hard, we have to fight for more victories. Qing Chuan waved his fist. There is also that cup competition. Zhu Yi added. Yes, there is also that cup competition. Zheng Qi said. Oh, no problem. Tiffin's players began to wave their fists and roar. Facing the poor results in the last few rounds, they were actually holding back their anger, but they were also a little overwhelmed, because they began to feel that the current game was indeed different from the first half of the season. Such a difference made them a little scared. Now, the discussion within the team has allowed them to find a channel and opportunity to burn their fighting spirit. Watching a group of men waving their fists with passion, Niaoiwa hid in the corner with a bag of melon seeds, cracking the shells of the seeds flying, looking at them with contempt. These men are so easily incited, they have no brains. Niaoiwa said to Su Jing. Is this also considered the passion of men? Men without passion, can they still be called men? Su Jing laughed. That's right, if they are not touched at all, then this team will also be a ball, either blood will be replaced or it will be disbanded. Niaoiwa replied. Don't say that, I'm still a shareholder of the club, Su Jing said helplessly. Me too. Niaoiwa replied. The 2 women smiled at each other. Hey, what are you laughing at? Zheng Qi came over and asked curiously. Secret. Su Jing smiled mysteriously. Zheng Qi scratched his head. There were not many things that confused him, but this was definitely one of them. Come on in the next game, too. Su Jing said with a smile. Am I the one who needs encouragement? Zheng Qi answered very coolly. Chapter 588. Firmly understand. For the top 3 teams, it is obvious that their only opponents now were each other. After all, Tiffin has fallen behind in the competition. They are 6 points behind Nanguo, 4 points behind Changfen, and 2 points behind Tinhe. In the second half of the 5 rounds of the league, they only won 1 game, drew 2 games, and lost 2 games. This result is at most a mid-level level, and their lack of experience is quite obvious. If Tiffin is more motivated, the situation of the league may be better. Now the league is the same as in previous years. The top 3 teams are still the same 3 teams, But this year Nanguo's performance is very strong, some media said. But in fact, this year's league is not the same as in previous years. The advantages of Zheng Qi and Team Head are shrinking. The top 4 teams have not really opened up the gap so far in the league, which is a very obvious example. The situation for Fifan is not good. They will play against strong teams in a row. They will play against Shenhua and Nanfan in 2 consecutive away games. The next 2 opponents are Zheng Qi and Kangning. If they are still in the same state as before, it is normal for them to lose 4 games in a row. Can they still keep their top 4 position? After all, they are only 7 points ahead of Shenhua. We have to defeat Fifan next. They may gradually recover their vitality, but Shenhua has no other way to go now. Shenhua's captain Yimo said with a serious expression when he was interviewed. In the last round of the league, Shenhua was defeated by Nanfan, which put a lot of pressure on them. After all, Shenhua's strength this year has improved a lot compared to last year, but it was slaughtered by Nanfan. This made Shenhua fans with higher expectations quite unbearable. Although Shenhua is still ranked 5th now, with their status and fame, they should not be content with this position. There is not much difference between 4th and 5th, but with Shenhua's status, if they can move forward, they will certainly need to move forward. It was a good thing for Shenhua to meet Fifan, who was in the same state at this time. Moreover, Fifan started to make a big comeback after defeating Shenhua in the first half of the season, which was also a shame for Shenhua. The losses suffered before, of course, must be recovered in this game. Shenhua actually lost unfairly in the last round. If they hadn't focused on attacking, they wouldn't have been constantly counter-attacked by Nanguo. Nanguo's defense is too strong now, plus their excellent defense. No wonder they were able to double-kill Changfen. Well, now is not the time to consider them, we have to deal with Shenhua. Shenhua wants to use a victory to wash away the previous defeat. They will definitely attack in the game. Zhu Shan's analysis was interrupted by Li Guirui. So we have to use Nanguo's defensive counter-attack method. Zhu Shan was not angry, but showed a weird smile. Coach, don't do this, I'm scared. Li Guirui said. What's there to be afraid of? Zhu Shan put away his smile. We don't defend and counter-attack, we attack them. Ah? Why? Everyone was shocked. If you were a man, you have to face it head-on. Zhu Shan shouted. Coach, stop joking. Zhu Shan was a little discouraged by the players' reactions. I'm not joking. We knew we had to counter-attack against them. Shenhua is not stupid. Couldn't they have thought of that? Of course they would notice our counter-attack. On the contrary, they would be unprepared for us to attack them. In this case, we can only use offensive tactics to achieve the effect of surprise. Zhu Shan explained. Well, that makes sense, but what if Shenhua thought we would do the opposite and use defensive counter-attack against us? Zhuya said after thinking for a while. If you keep thinking like this, can you still use tactics? Zhu Shan glared at Zhuya. Zhuya thought the same thing and smiled awkwardly, then stopped talking. If you keep thinking like this, you'll collapse. But anyway, we'll confront them head-on. When it comes to attacking, we're not inferior to anyone. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted, mobilizing the fighting spirit of the whole team. However, he sent a private message to Zhu Shan. Still no specific tactics. Shenhua is not easy to deal with. Only in a strict environment can they be better trained and better confuse our opponents. Zhu Shan replied calmly. After sighing that Zhu Shan was more ruthless than himself, Zheng Qi began to prepare for the next game. There were 9 rounds of league games left, and the strong opponents were concentrated in the next 4 league games. For Fifan, it was really a big test. For Shenhua, they must win this game, and for Fifan, they must win this game. Because of the pre-match hype, the fans of Fifan and Shenhua were very enthusiastic about this game. Both sides had more than 10 million fans to watch the game. Although Fifan's recent performance was average, when facing a strong team, the fans were still very interested. This game will not be like the first round. Yimo said to Zheng Qi when the 2 sides shook hands. Well, your situation is worse than that. Zheng Qi replied. One sentence aroused the opponent's anger. Everyone in Shenhua glared at Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi was calm. For Shenhua, it was a game that had to be won, so of course, the thing to do is to attack from the beginning. Although Fifan is a young team, they are actually very cunning. They are likely to use defensive counter-attacks to deal with us. Fang Yuan, don't rush in and get cut off by the opponent. They are very good at cutting off the connection between god-level players and teammates and then breaking through others. Yimo said in the team channel. If they dare to cut me off, it will be their doom. Fang Yuan answered confidently. Yimo nodded. He agreed with this point. As an opportunistic player, Fang Yuan himself was more independent from the system. If he was really targeted, he would be happy. Yimo didn't think Fifan would specifically target Fang Yuan, but just reminded him. When the Shenhua team approached the center line, they unexpectedly saw Fifan's large force also appeared in front of them. It's actually an attack instead of defense. Yimo was stunned, and then he saw that Fang Yuan, who was wandering on the side, was entangled by the opponent's fillet. Fifan did not shrink his defense, but attacked. They also did not let go of the opponent Yuan's attention, but let fillet, who has strong personal defensive ability, entangle Fang Yuan. In this way, Fifan's tactical thinking was obvious. Confront Shenhua head-on, while controlling Fang Yuan, who has the best personal ability, to reduce the possibility of being attacked. Are you so confident to confront us head-on? Go! Yimo shouted in the team channel. The situation at the moment can be described as a narrow road meeting. If there is no head-on confrontation, there'll only be a defeat. What's more, Shenhua is now full of anger. Since the beginning of the new season, they were aggressively heading for the championship. At the beginning, the results in the first 2 rounds were also very good. As a result, Fifan, who was looked down upon by no one, came and hit them hard. The results began to decline all the way. How can they not hate Fifan? Fifan himself was not doing well. If you just ranked first all the way and even won the final championship, Shenhua might be better off. As a result, Fifan's performance fluctuated after the start of the second half of the season, and became a laughingstock of many media. If they became a laughingstock, what would Shenhua become after losing to them? So, Shenhua bravely faced up to them. Isn't it a head-on confrontation? Are we afraid of you? Although Fifan's individual abilities are very good, their overall coordination can only be considered average. A top team like Zheng Qi has both individual and overall strength. In such a face-to-face confrontation, how can they not have confidence? They rushed up with confidence, and Shenhua's fans shouted loudly to cheer for their team. 2 minutes later, Shenhua's fans stared at the defeated Shenhua team in amazement, and could hardly believe that what they saw was true. In a nearly fair head-on confrontation, Fifan had an absolute advantage. It's obvious that Shenhua didn't consider that Fifan would attack them, otherwise they wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. When the strength of both sides is similar, such a big advantage can only prove that there is a gap in preparation. Fifan is obviously ready to confront Shenhua head-on, and has made a good observation of Shenhua's response. Under such circumstances, it is normal for Fifan to begin to gain the upper hand. Compared with the previous few games, the morale and fighting spirit of Fifan's players have obviously risen to a higher level. It seems that they have gradually begun to adapt to the championship stage. Many media outlets have criticized Fifan for being unambitious, but we have to consider that this is their first season in the top league. It is normal to be uncomfortable, and even so, the results they have achieved are already remarkable results. By next year, the more mature Fifan will be even more terrifying. Yuan Fei-sidon and commented. As he commented, Fifan's players poured into Shenhua's half like a tide and started to chase them. Everyone knew that in such a situation, the side that had the advantage would definitely not have any problems. They would just kill all the way until they scored. In fact, this was true. After advancing all the way to the front of Shenhua's goal, Fifan easily controlled the remaining players of Shenhua and then easily scored a goal. Okay, we have seized the initiative, and the next step is to fight with them. Zhu Shan said in the team channel. In terms of strength, Shenhua is not much worse than Fifan. However, after Fifan took the initiative, they used the most reliable method to fight with Shenhua in the midfield, focusing on Shenhua's main attackers, constantly delaying time, and not even leaving any gaps. Too shameless. Amid the angry rebukes of Shenhua fans, Fifan remained unmoved. Relying on this advantage after the opening, he firmly grasped the final victory in his own hands. Chapter 589. Everyone is happy. In the 30th round, the top 3 teams still maintained their excellent form. They all won the game. Nanguo Cheng easily defeated 2 mid-level teams, and Tinhe was even more glorious. It won 7 consecutive victories against Xinfeng since the beginning of the second half of the season, and was the most popular team. Amazing! Tinhe has won 7 consecutive games, and has won many strong teams. Their performance in the first half was not so good. After the game, the players of Fifan were all shocked after reading the battle report. It's normal. What are they? They are the top strong team. They were not in good shape before, but how can they be in bad shape in the sprint stage? Zheng Qi is actually very strong, but not as impressive as Tin Head. Fulei shook his head and said, "Yes, the GR Thunder, actually, it was similar to Fifen now. Although we did not rank first after the first half, we were not much worse than the top team. However, we had problems in the second half of the sprint. Once we fell behind, we could not catch up. Those strong teams became more and more outstanding as the season ended." Bin Shikai nodded. "It seems that we can't make such a mistake next year, otherwise, we won't be able to catch up." Fifen's players nodded one after another. The media didn't even mention our victory. Zheng Qi, who was reading the news, said depressedly, "Yes, it's still a strong confrontation. These media are simply amazing. You ignored me today, and I will make you unable to reach me tomorrow." Liga Rui felt the same way. "We performed too poorly in the first few rounds. People didn't care if we occasionally won 1 or 2 games. Besides, the top 3 won, and you didn't seem to be noticeable if you won. Don't forget that when we ranked first, any game we won would be reported by many media." Fulei said. "What's the sentence you always say?" Liga Rui turned around and asked Zhu, the most educated person in the team besides Nshu. "Only when you have the advantage of Long Quan can you make decisions?" Zhu asked. Yes, only when the knife in your hand is fast can you have the right to speak, and only when you rank first can you be noticed by everyone." "That's what you mean," Liga Rui said. "That's about the same," Zhu said after thinking about it. "Then we have to work hard to get to the first place and let them pay attention to us," Liga Rui shouted, waving his fist. "In fact, there will be a chance in the next game." Zheng Qi laughed. "The next game is against Nanguo," Zheng Qi nodded. "Nanguo is now ranked first. If we beat them, even if we can't get back to the first place, it will be enough to make people pay attention to us." Zheng Qi laughed. "Although the gap between us and them now cannot be eliminated in one game, think about how glorious we were when we defeated Tin Head in the first half of the season." Yes, at the time we defeated Tin Head and ranked first. It was really glorious." Liga Rui nodded repeatedly. "But Nanguo is not easy to play," Yuanfen said after thinking for a while. "It's not easy to play. Their defensive counter-attack tactics are now mature. With our characteristics, it is very troublesome to deal with them. Xingliken and Liu Shibo's defense line should be considered the strongest defense line in the league now," Su Jing said. "It's not easy, but we've played harder games. If we want to win the 5-time championship, these opponents are the ones we have to deal with, so let's work hard and beat Sutlan to prove that we have recovered." With Zheng Qi's encouragement, Fifen's players began their own training. Their training content is still very heavy, which is also the reason why they performed mediocrely in the first few rounds, because their passion is more consumed in training, resulting in a situation where their energy is always scattered during the game. This can also be regarded as a kind of growing pains, which is the price they must pay for overdrawing in training. When they get used to this heavy rhythm, once they relax a little next year, their state will be completely stimulated. It's just that they themselves don't know this yet. Only Zhushan and Mengfan know it well, and even Zheng Qi doesn't know that Fifen's training volume is the largest in the entire league, exceeding all teams. Now Fifen is actually moving forward with a heavy burden. Because of this, Zhushan did not expect Fifen to defeat Nanguo in the next round. Nanguo is indeed very strong now. There are 3 god-level players, Xingliken, Liu Shibo, and Sun Fei, who are on par with Chang Tin Head. The other players are also very good. Ban Qiu, Pan Ji, Yan Jianhua, and Wazun are all quasi-god level players. Together with other players of good level, they are now ranked first, not by luck. Compared with Changfen, they are not inferior at all. The difference may be just some experience and the temperament of a champion. Even if Fifen plays at his best in this game, he may not be the opponent of Nanguo. However, even Zhushan does not know how much excellent power is hidden in the bodies of Fifen's players. In fact, not only Zhushan, but even Mengfan, do not know much about Fifen's overall level now. After all, in a team, almost everyone's attribute points exceed 800 points. This is unprecedented. No one has such experience and can clearly know what level and ability such a team can eventually have. They are just squeezing out the potential of each player as much as possible. As for what level such potential can reach when it bursts out, no one knows. The recent ups and downs of Fifen's performance have made Mengfan feel that even if this team matures, it will not be so strong that it is unbelievable. If they want to win the 5-time champion, they still need excellent performance and wonderful tactical arrangements. Otherwise, it is still an impossible task to win the 5-time champion that no one has ever won. There is a reason why no team has ever won the honor of the 5-time champion. Due to the limitations of certain factors, no team can be strong enough to suppress everyone. Even if they're in good shape sometimes, they will fall at a critical moment due to some unexpected factors. In the 31st round of the game, Fifan welcomed Nanguo. In other games that were held in advance, Zheng Qi and Tin He did not hold back. They slaughtered a mid-level team with a large score in the game. Zheng Qi surpassed Nanguo by 1 point, and Tin He also reduced the points from Nanguo to 1 point. Nanguo is not worried about this. As long as they beat Fifan, they will continue to have a 2-point advantage. In the final sprint stage, since they have occupied the first place in the standings, as long as they keep winning, that is enough. Facing Fifan, they have no fear. They are in good shape and excellent level. In the first round, when Fifan was in the best shape, they also tied with Fifan away from home, not to mention now. Now it is their home court, and their shape is much better than Fifan. Xing Likan and Liu Xibo take turns to play to ensure the strength of the defense line. At the same time, the attack line led by Sun Fei is ready to give the opponent a one-hit kill tactic at any time. They have already formed. In such a situation, it is time to produce results. Amid the cheers of countless Southern fans, the players of Southern and Fifan came on the stage. Before the game started, the players of both sides seemed very friendly, but after the game started, such friendship immediately disappeared. Fifan showed an extremely strong momentum from the beginning. They started to intercept from the midfield and then launched a fierce attack. Using offensive to deal with Nanguo seems to be a very disadvantageous thing. After all, Zheng Qi was double killed by Nanguo this season because he could not tear open the opponent's defense line in the offensive, and he could not bear to shrink back to defend. As a result, he suffered 2 small losses in a row, which directly led to the loss of the whole game. This situation is normal. No team is perfect. Even the most outstanding players will inevitably fall into a fixed mindset in the game, and the characteristics of Nanguo this year are indeed more restrained by Zheng Qi's characteristics. What are Zheng Qi's characteristics? Offensive, strong offensive, with 2 indestructible double arrows as the entry point, tear open the opponent's defense line, and then other teammates rush up to expand the advantage. However, Nanguo was able to block Zheng Qi's offensive to a certain extent, and with the counter-attack of Sun Fei and others, Zheng Qi was double killed. Fifan's offensive ability is also very good, but compared with Zheng Qi, can they still be stronger than Zheng Qi? For this point, Nanguo's fans are very confident. So although Nanguo was suppressed by Fifan from the beginning, they were not worried, but continued to shout in the stands to cheer for Nanguo. The fans of Fifan were also very happy. After all, after their team defeated Shenhua in the last game, they were not afraid of Nanguo in this game, but bravely pressed forward to attack. This ambitious approach also made them very happy. After all, the fans of Fifan do not have particularly big ambitions now. Although when Fifan ranked first for a long time, they imagined the moment when the team they supported won the championship trophy, but the recent poor results also made them wave away some unrealistic fantasies in their eyes. They were very happy to be able to not embarrass themselves on the court. It was precisely because of the thinking of the fans of both sides that the entire stands began to appear quite harmonious. The fans of both sides did not feel unhappy about the game. They were all cheering for their teams, making the atmosphere of the entire game very warm. If this goes on, this game seems to be a happy game for everyone. In the eyes of Nanguo, if the game continues like this, they will successfully get 3 points, and Fifan will gain the respect of fans. Both sides can be regarded as getting what they need. The idea of the fans of Nanguo is very good, but will the Fifan players be satisfied with such a result? This is still an unknown. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 590. Desire to fight. In competitive games, there are rarely situations where everyone is happy. Leagues may seem relatively peaceful. In the past history of classical football, the best developed, most commercialized, and highest level European leagues were like this. For example, in a top league, there is only one champion, but the top 4 can participate in the Champions League, and the next few can participate in the League Cup. Those who are relegated can be relegated, and those who win the championship can win the championship. Most teams will not be idle. In some cases, scenes where everyone is happy with 1 point can be said to be everywhere. However, in fact, in the current football-era professional competition, such a situation should be avoided as much as possible. There is only one champion. If you can't win the championship, there is no difference between the 2nd place and the 17th place, that is, the team that can finally stay in the league. Only the strongest and most outstanding teams can participate in the highest level of games. The teams that can challenge the champions of various continents and the world champions must be the best teams in each league. So many people are surprised. In theory, with such a competition system, it should not be particularly difficult to win the 5 championships. After all, in such a situation, the teams that can participate in the championship competition all have a considerable advantage in their own leagues. However, for so many years, no team has been able to win such an honor. Of course, this topic has gone too far. It's just that for the current Nanguo and Fifan, there is no such thing as a happy ending. Everyone wants to defeat the opponent. Fifan launched a fierce attack. They continued to attack from various aspects, while Nanguo defended impeccably and was always looking for opportunities to counterattack. Being suppressed by a team with crazy offensive ability, Nanguo is actually very experienced. Facing an attack like Chainfeng, they will not panic. Liu Xibo and Zheng Qi can take turns to play, so that the defense on the field always has a core. Such a defensive core of theirs is not only to command teammates to defend, but also to fill in at critical moments and withstand the opponent's most fierce attack, because only they have the ability to instantly fill in and find the most important points of the opponent's attack. Such a vision is not something that can be possessed by training a newcomer casually. Liu Xibo has always had his talent in defense, while Zheng Qi is experienced and battle-hardened. It is precisely because of the gathering of these two top defensive talents in the entire league this year that Nanguo was able to form such a strong and outstanding defense line, thereby comprehensively improving the tactics of the entire team. Under such a defense, Chainfeng's fierce attack was unable to find an opportunity, but Fifan's attack unexpectedly created more pressure on Nanguo's defense. Fierce attack, do you understand? Keep putting pressure on them. Liu Xibo and Zheng Qi can take turns to play, and there are gaps between the transitions. That gap is our opportunity, Zhu Shan said in the team channel. He still didn't say the specific tactics, but such a grand strategic instruction was quite accurate. In Fifan's fierce attack, Liu Xibo soon needed to fill in the position back and forth. Zhu and others who played with him seemed to be in a bad state on defense today, but it was not obvious, just that Liu Xibo needed to fill in the position more times than usual. Fifan seized such an opportunity. When Li Guirui cut off the connection between Liu Xibo and his teammates under the concentrated fire of the Southern Kingdom, Liu Xibo knew that he was going to die. Sure enough, the next moment, several skills fell on him at the same time. Although Liu Xibo had exhausted his operating level, he still could not avoid the fate of leaving the field. Seeing Liu Xibo leave, other players of the Southern Kingdom began to focus on Li Guirui. At least they could not let the number of people on the field suffer, and such a one-for-one exchange was actually beneficial to the defending side. But just as they focused on Li Guirui, Zheng Qi appeared like a ghost in that fleeting gap in their defense line. The 10,000 enemies' ultimate move was used, and instantly a huge gap appeared in the originally indestructible defense line of the Southern Kingdom. Zhu hurried over to fill in the position, but under the shadow of the skill, when he could see clearly in front of him, Zheng Qi was already standing close to him, and the continuous skill attacks hit Zhu. Zhu didn't have time to react, and left the field in frustration. After taking advantage of the number of people, Fifan immediately began to launch a fierce attack at all costs. Their personal qualities were fully demonstrated at this moment. Everyone fought against a target with injuries. However, after just a few seconds, the defense line of the south was completely destroyed, and most of Fifan still stood on the field. Su Jing's timely recovery skill fell on them. Fifan players did not hesitate for a moment and continued to launch a fierce attack, breaking through the gate of the south country in one go. Tangle with them, don't give them a chance to counterattack. Under the command of Zhu Shan, Fifan began to tangle with the South Country in the midfield. This tactic is simple to say, but it is rare for a team to break through the defense line of the South Country and withstand the fierce attack of the South Country attackers. Otherwise, Nanguo would not have become the team with the fewest losses this season. In the first 30 rounds, they only lost 3 games, which is the fewest among all teams. You should know that Chainfeng, Qinhe and Fifan all lost 5 games, and Kangning, the team with the fewest losses among other teams, also lost 6 games. However, Fifan did it. They keenly grasped the node when the two defensive cores of Nanguo exchanged, and then resisted the counter-attack of Nanguo through excellent overall confrontation, and began to successfully drag the game into a stalemate. The fans of Nanguo began to curse. They were used to stalemate, but that was a stalemate when they were leading or at least tied. Now they were behind, which made the fans of Nanguo start to feel anxious. Stay calm, don't worry, we're used to defeating anxious opponents with counter-attacks, and we can't make such a mistake, Chen Feng said in the team channel. To be honest, he was also surprised by what happened just now, because Chen Feng knew clearly that the goal just now was not so much a mistake in his tactics, but rather a link in this set of tactics that was difficult to make up for, which was caught by the opponent. The defensive core plays a very important role in the South country's tactics. He needs to give everything to ensure the defensor is strong. However, in this case, the defensive core cannot be on the court all the time, because they must make sacrifices. Although the South country has two defensive cores, they can only take turns to play. Of course, it is not that one goes off and the other comes on, but that both sides spend more than half of the game time on the court, forming an overlap, so that it can be more stable. However, Fifen took the initiative to create opportunities when the defensive core was not on the court, and then seized such opportunities to score a goal. This is a defect that cannot be made up in this defensive tactic, and it is also a defect that is difficult to grasp, but Fifen has grasped it. No one thought of this before, but Fifen thought of it, which is enough to prove Fifen's overall level. Of course, although it is behind now, the South country has not reached the point of exhaustion. There is still a lot of time for the game. As long as they play patiently, it will be enough. Chen Feng also doesn't believe that Fifen can be so good as not to give the South country any chance. They are indeed excellent as a whole, but they are still very young, and it is inevitable that there will be omissions in the game. The games they lost this year were basically lost because of such omissions. They can't be perfect in this game, right? Although Fifen showed such a level in the last round of the league, after seizing the initiative, he never made any mistakes and showed his best side, but such a game state cannot last long. Chen Feng's judgment in this regard is naturally no problem, but he doesn't know a key point, that is, Fifen's players have a very enthusiastic attitude towards this game. The lower limit of what the level can be, of course, depends on one's own level. Even if a professional player is in a very bad state, it is impossible to be defeated by an amateur player. The upper limit depends on the player's mental state and desire to win. Before, the players of Fifen did not have a particularly high desire to win, and their mental state was not particularly good. This was the key factor for their poor performance after the start of the second half of the game. In the first half of the game, although they were equally tired, they were very desperate in the game because of their expectations and desire for the top league. You must know that in the professional game of the football era, physical fitness is not a problem. It is just energy that is consumed. As long as you can concentrate, there will be no problem in performance. In the first half, they looked forward to the top league games more and took every game seriously. In the second half, they were a little tired because of fatigue, and the passion for playing the game was no longer there. This is the key to the different performance of Fifen in the first and second half of the game. Now, the players of Fifen attach great importance to this game and are very committed to it. This allows them to show a completely different combat power and level in the game. Fifen took the lead in the 13th minute of the first half, but at the end of the first half, Nanguo was unable to find any opportunities. It's not that Nanguo doesn't know how to attack. In fact, before Liu Shibo joined the first team and Xing was introduced, Nanguo's main tactic was offensive. Sun Fei was one of the best attackers in the league. Even if he was not as good as Lu Xiaoshan, he was not much worse. The offensive he led was not inferior to any other team in terms of offensive ability. However, the brave interception of Fifen's players in the midfield made it difficult for the offensive led by Sun Fei to attack the half-court. Under such circumstances, their offensive could not threaten Fifen's goal directly. It was almost impossible to create a good effect. How come the performance of these guys suddenly improved by 1 or 2 levels? Did they take drugs? When they left the court, the players of Nanguo were extremely depressed and thought to themselves. Chen Feng frowned tightly. Chapter 591. Strong team style. During the halftime break, Chen Feng knew that this game would not be easy to play, but even he did not expect that the extraordinary players would maintain this impeccable playing style until the end of the game. When the referee blew the whistle to end the game, the fans of Suitland could not believe their eyes. Just like the previous game, Fifen firmly grasped the advantage of a 1-goal lead. In the following time, they fought with Nanguo in various positions on the field, stubbornly resisting Nanguo's attack, and then constantly disrupting Nanguo's attack. Such disruption only gave the ball to the opponent again, but they would launch a new round of Defensa. Unlike Nanguo's Defensa, which relied on the defensive core, Fifen's Defensa required a huge role from every player on the field. They relied on their own attribute advantages to constantly exchange physical energy consumption with their opponents. Every time Nanguo went through great pains to get to the opponent's goal, they faced a stalemate. Both sides had only a few people left. The attacking side was unable to tear open the opponent's Defensa, and the defending side was also unable to launch a counterattack. When Fifen's players joined the battle earlier, Nanguo could only retreat to take a breath, gather more manpower, and launch another attack. It was normal for such a situation to happen once or twice, but your game almost followed this process, which was an eye-opener for the fans. It's obvious that Nanguo has no way to deal with Fifen's Defensa. Fifen's Defensa is not really that good, but this kind of effective Defensa is enough to prove the personal level of their players. There were rumors before that every Fifen player has a god-level account. Many people didn't believe this, but now after watching this game, it seems to be confirmed, because every Fifen player has a certain advantage in one-on-one, unless they encounter a god-level player from Nanguo. After the start of the second half, Fifen's performance fluctuated for a while, but in the last 2 rounds when facing Zheng Qi and Nanguo, they won 2 consecutive victories in one breath. Although it cannot be said that their state has reached a peak, it is obvious that Fifen's current level is already quite outstanding. Even if they don't have a chance to win the League Championship this year, they should be a hot contender for the League Championship next year. Nanguo lost the game when they should not have lost the game. They lost the first place in the standings. Now they are 1 point behind Changfeng and 1 point ahead of Zheng Qi, and the gap between Fifen and them has narrowed to 3 points. The gap between the top 4 in the league has begun to narrow further. Fifen is now only 4 points behind Changfeng. They still have the possibility of winning the championship. Changfeng should thank Fifen. If Fifen had not unexpectedly defeated Nanguo in this game, it would have been difficult for them to reach the top of the standings. However, they will play against Fifen in the next round. Will Fifen become the touchstone for the top of the standings again? Just as the Fifen players thought, after they defeated Nanguo, media reports immediately came like a tide. This is a treatment they have not enjoyed for a long time. Don't be proud. If we kill Changfeng again, we can all win the championship. Zheng Qi shouted in the team, waving his fist. Although they were very tired, and although these 2 games did overdraw the Fifen players, their fighting spirit did not decline at all. Now they are still ranked 4th, but as they said to each other, if they beat Changfeng again, then they will have unlimited possibilities to win the championship. After all, in the last few rounds, there are still matches between Nanguo and Zheng Qi, and between Zheng Qi and Changfeng. Who can say that Fifen has no chance? In the final stage, in addition to grabbing points from weak teams, the matches between each other are also very important. Fifen lost to Zheng Qi before, but won Nanguo, and is still qualified to participate in the final championship. This is a real championship competition. There are 7 rounds left in the league, and there are 3 rounds in which the top 4 will play against each other. Such a game is certainly worth paying attention to. However, before playing against Changfeng, they still need to pass the cup competition. The cup competition has reached the quarterfinals, and the remaining teams are of course strong teams. Fifen and Changfeng both encountered a strong enemy in the quarterfinals. Fifen's opponent is Changfeng, and Changfeng's opponent is Kangning. Of course, the opponents of Nanguo and Zheng Qi are not weak either. They played against Zheng and Zheng Qi respectively. In short, the remaining teams in the cup competition are basically strong teams. No strong team will give up early in the cup competition, because any championship is very valuable. Our goal has always been to win 5 championships. Even if we let our opponents take advantage, it doesn't matter. Lu Xiaoshan said in an interview. Well, our goal is a little lower, but we still want to pursue the double championship. Besides, we have a very good experience in the cup competition. Of course, we will not give up the cup competition. Zheng Qi also said the same thing in an interview. For Fifen, if you want to establish your own strong team status, you can't just rely on launching an impact in a certain competition. You have to strive to win in any competition. This is the confidence of a strong team. Last year, their approach of using the league to train the team and then focusing on the cup competition was not very generous. However, it was the first-class league after all, and it was relatively easy for them to compete at their level, so no one would complain about it. If they performed mediocrely in the league this year and had no worries about relegation, and concentrated on the cup competition or several key games, it would not be a big deal. It was just that it was difficult to quickly establish the image of a strong team in the minds of the fans. As long as one is a person, there will be preconceived ideas. Fifen played in the top league for the first time and wanted to quickly establish the status and image of a strong team. In this case, he could not take shortcuts and had to show his fighting spirit, level, and ambition in all aspects. Only an ambitious team can be considered a strong team. Why is a team like Nanguo Shenhua, which has not achieved any good results in recent years, still considered a strong team? It is because their goal every season is the championship, and they never give up other games for the sake of one or two results. Although they did not win the championship in the end, in people's minds, they are still a strong team qualified to compete for the championship. Although the Thunder once won the 4th place, which is higher than the Shenhua and Xinfen teams, no one still thinks they're a strong team, because of this image problem. Fifen wants to create such an image. Their performance fluctuated greatly before, but it was not because they were not doing well, but because of the state problem. Even if they were ridiculed by the fans of the opponents, it was at least the ridicule of the championship opponents. If you are not a threat, people will not be interested in insulting you. However, the generosity of Fifen's fans may not be a good thing for Fifen. If the fans themselves have no confidence and just muddle through, how can the team achieve good results? So no matter how tired or burdened, Fifen will launch an attack on both fronts, regardless of whether it will affect the championship in the end. When Zheng Qi expressed this in an interview, many people in the public opinion sneered at Zheng Qi's statement. Although he has only been in the league for less than a year, the setting that Zheng Qi is always wretched is surprisingly deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone thinks that this person never tells the truth. In fact, Zheng Qi rarely lies in public. I don't know how he left such a bad impression on people. I can only say that sometimes people's wretched aura is born. As long as people see it, they think this guy is very wretched. Yes, he is wretched, we all know it. Fifen's players said this in interviews. So Changfeng's fans think that Fifen may give up this cup game, let the players adjust their status, and then use the best status to deal with Changfeng and strive to defeat Changfeng, who let Changfeng's goal be the 5-time champion. They can't give up any game, even if they suffer a little loss in the schedule. What can they do? We're Changfeng, we're used to fighting on multiple fronts, and still suppress all teams. Fifen's fans expressed envy and hatred for Changfeng's statement. However, after the China Cup quarter-finals, Fifen's fans began to cheer. Because anyone with eyes can see that Fifen tried his best in this game. There is no rotation in the professional games of the football era, because everyone can play in every game. If you want to preserve your strength, just let the players play casually, use simpler tactics, and don't overdraw too much. In this game, facing Xinfeng's Jie Xingyu, Jian Guangqian, Tamran and other players, Fifen's players can be said to have brought out their full level, constantly entangled with the opponent on the court. When the opponent kept scoring, they still stubbornly persisted, constantly using offense to tear open the opponent's defense line. Bin Shikai, Zheng Qi and others took turns to play, and finally at home, they defeated Xinfeng with a score of 6-4 and advanced to the semi-finals of the China Cup. I said that we will strive to win all the championships. No matter what the final result is, as long as we have worked hard and struggled, there will be no regrets. Zheng Qi said righteously in the press conference after the game. His style is indeed not suitable for saying such words, which seems extremely incongruous. However, the reporters did not boo him, because the reporters began to feel that Zheng Qi's words were indeed from the heart. Although it seemed very incongruous, it showed extraordinary confidence and the style of a strong team. At least, this is a team worthy of respect. Many reporters thought to themselves. Chapter 592 Theoretically, when a team makes neutral, even somewhat hostile media and fans think that they're a respectable team, they have already admitted deep in their hearts that they're a strong team. This is of course not obvious enough now, but it will show its value in the future. Among the teams competing for the top 4 in the standings, Fifen, Changfeng and Nanguo have all passed, but Tin has suffered a dumb loss. They were defeated by Shenhua, which has been in poor form recently. Like last year, they missed the semi-finals again. This also brought enough pressure to Li Qing's. Of course, the league is still in contention, so there will not be much controversy. There are still 7 rounds left in the league. Tin has won all the way before, and has maintained a 7-game winning streak in the league. It is normal for the state to decline. After all, the closer it is to the end of the season, the more difficult it is to play. Being able to maintain a 7-game winning streak has proved that they have performed extremely well in every game. It is normal for the state to decline in the cup competition. In fact, in the next round of the league, Zheng Qi once again took all the praise. Facing Zheng Qi, who had just eliminated them in the cup match, Zheng Qi used a perfect tactical suppression to defeat their opponent. In the match, they beat Zheng Qi badly. Zheng Qi was suppressed by them in every aspect and eventually lost by 4 goals. After this match, Zheng Qi's fans were almost mad. They lost by 4 goals whether facing Zheng Qi. How could they still look like a strong team? You know, after the introduction of FAM the 11th this year, Zheng Qi's lineup was already very good, but they suffered such a big loss in a row. Zheng Qi's head coach began to bear huge pressure. After all, after having such a top-level lineup, it was okay if there was no obvious improvement in the league ranking, but it was really unbearable to suffer consecutive defeats. Zheng Qi's head coach position began to be shaky, but for other teams, they didn't care about this. Zheng Qi's fans praised Zhuman and Li Qing's for their wisdom, while Fifan and Chengfeng's fans were a little depressed. The two teams fought each other in a face-to-face confrontation. After Chengfeng maintained its lead until the 85th minute, it was tied by Fifan, who fought back desperately. Fifan also fought very hard in this game. Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei had a conflict on the court, which showed that they had already fought hard on the court. Unfortunately, the final score of 3-3 was a bargain for Team Head, because Nangguo also suffered a Waterloo in this game. After being defeated by Fifan in the last round, they were unable to recover their vitality, and there were some mistakes in defense on the court, resulting in a tie by the opponent. Team Head relied on the victory of this game to tie Chengfeng in points. Their points were both 71 points, while Nangguo had only 70 points after the draw. Fifan only hit 67 points after the draw in this round, and the gap with Chengfeng was still 4 points. Although it was still 4 points, there were only 6 rounds left in the league. Under such circumstances, the possibility of winning the championship was still very low. It's a pity that we didn't win this game. It seems impossible to win the championship with all wins, Liga Rui lamented after the game. There's nothing we can do. We have fought hard. If we had fought so hard earlier, we would still have a chance. Now, we can only strive to get a better position. Zheng Qi spread his hands. Fifan's players were a little sad. They have fought so hard recently, but the opponent's performance is still so outstanding. Zheng Qi has maintained an 8-game winning streak and rushed to the first place in one breath, with the same points as Chengfeng. If Fifan had played better before and fought harder in those games, these 4 points would not be a big deal. However, there is no point in regretting now. Don't regret it. Things have happened, and we can only let it happen like this. Otherwise, what else can we do? Technology is very advanced now, but there is still no regret medicine to take. Zheng Qi smiled. Fifan's players nodded. This is the truth. They all understand the truth, but in their hearts, they are still so unhappy. We want this effect. If they don't experience it themselves, they don't know what regret is. Zhu Shan secretly said to Meng Fan. Actually, I'm already regretting it now. Meng Fan sighed with great melancholy. What? Zhu Shan was stunned. With the level they're showing now, plus the excellent foundation we laid in the first half of the season, if we had prepared well before the start of the second half of the season and put in all our strength, do you think we can still win the championship? Meng Fan asked with a sigh. Zhu Shan was stunned again, and then he was also stunned. After a long while, he let out a scream full of regret. Damn, are we stupid? Zhu Shan asked Meng Fan. I think so too. Meng Fan nodded. If you think too much about one thing, you won't think about any other possibilities. It's really sad. What should we do now? Zhu Shan asked a little impatiently. What else can we do? If we play well in the next game, there should be some hope for the league, right? Meng Fan asked. It's quite difficult. We fought too hard in the previous few games. I think the players are a little overdrawn. We can't relax in training during this period. In the next round of games, they will definitely not perform so well. Zhu Shan said. Well, we still have to play against Corning. After playing against Corning, the next games will be easier. Even if we can't win the championship, as long as we keep in good shape, it will be enough to satisfy everyone. Meng Fan thought for a while and said. Keep in good shape. If we lose by 1 or 2 points in the end, they will regret it to death. Zhu Shan suddenly laughed with gloating. Hey, as a coach, isn't it not good for us to gloat so much? Meng Fan couldn't help laughing. Well, our mentality is a bit wrong. Zhu Shan decided to review himself. Of course, the most important thing is to let Meng Fan review himself. Since it has happened, then treat it with an optimistic attitude, right? Meng Fan smiled. Maybe you were right, and this season is indeed not a good time to win the championship. Although all strong teams have ups and downs, they are not that strong, but the timing is not right. The players are still very young and lack experience. I'm also young and lack experience. Zhu Shan nodded, and then said, "What you lack is not experience." Meng Fan smiled. "Yes, it's not about experience. I coached in the first-class league for 5 years, was fired once, returned once, and lost again. I have enough experience. What I need is to adapt to the atmosphere of the top competition, which is not an experience that can be obtained behind closed doors." Zhu Shan nodded and agreed with Meng Fan. The same goes for the players. Maybe we missed a championship, but next year, we will have a strong team. We have already entered the semi-finals of the cup competition. If we play well, it is not impossible to win another championship. Meng Fan laughed. But after the end of this year's league, will our team really not be separated by people? Zhu Shan said with some doubts. Most people should not leave. Maybe some people will inevitably leave, but we can find people in the transfer market. Meng Fan said. And I believe that with our current strength and reputation, the attraction will not be bad. It is still possible to dig 1 or 2 reliable people to fill the vacancy. That's right, Zhu Shan nodded. Didn't 2 people leave at the beginning of this year? Although they can only fill in with young people like Ben Shikai who seems to be out of date and Qing Yizhao who have been with them in the past, it is a newly promoted team after all, right? Now, Fifan's status is different from that at the beginning of the year. They are now a strong contender for the championship. By next year, Fifan will definitely be among the top few. It will be enough to dig out some young players with potential in the Super League. It is impossible for Fifan to be injured before the start of the next season, and most of the main players will leave. If that happens, Zhu Shan will be anxious, but there is nothing he can do. If it is just a minor repair, there will always be a way. The framework is still there, and a small repair is not difficult. It must be said that Zhu Shan is still very familiar with the situation of the entire team. Although he basically did not show his tactical ability in the league this year, his ability in this regard will not disappear. The detailed arrangement of the detailed tactics is not something that can be thought of by hiding at home, but requires a very detailed understanding of the players of the team and the opposing players. The situation of the opponent can be completed through intelligence collection, and the situation of the team depends on the usual training situation. Zhu Shan's daily workload is also very large. And he realized that the players have reached a limit now, which proves that the team has indeed begun to decline collectively. Strict training plus excessive overdraft caused by excitement during the game. This is the result. This also gave Zhu Shan experience, how to arrange the training volume for next year. This is a very effective means of observation. Sure enough, in the next round, Fifan, who had performed very well in the previous few games, finally showed signs of fatigue. They were defeated by Canning in the league. Canning is now ranked 5th. Although there is still a gap of 7 or 8 points from Fifan, they will obviously not miss any opportunity to catch up. After Changfen, Qinhe and Nangguo all won this round of the league, Fifan has basically announced its withdrawal from the championship competition. Now Changfen and Qinhe have both reached 74 points, and Nangguo has 73 points. There are still 5 rounds left in the league, and the final champion will probably only come from these 3 teams. Fifan, whose points continue to remain at 67, only has a theoretical chance of winning the championship. Chapter 593 We are the youngest. Oh, we didn't achieve the set goal. Liga Rui sighed as he looked at the standings. Yes, we said we would win 9 games in a row, but we only won 2 games. Then we had 1 draw and 1 loss, and lost 5 points. Ban Yuanfeng was heartbroken. That's right, if we get these 5 points, we will have 72 points, and we will be only 2 points away from the top. Bai Senator said. Not only that, Changfen will lose 1 point. Oh, we are also only 2 points behind that top. In the remaining 5 rounds, we will play against mid-level teams, not strong teams. Qinhe will have to play against Zheng and Nangguo respectively, so we can definitely reap the benefits. Zheng Qi said. What a pity. Fifan's players began to sigh collectively. You guys, if you had played better in the previous few games, would you be afraid that these 5 points would not be enough? In the league, winning or losing against strong teams is normal. If you want to win the championship, the key is the winning rate against mid-level teams and weak teams. In this regard, the gap between us and those top teams lies here. Zhu Shan sighed and said to the players. The extraordinary players began to nod one after another. The bloody facts are in front of them. Nothing is more shocking than this. If they perform as well against weak teams as they do against strong teams, they are still the strongest contenders for the championship. This year is just paying tuition. We must work hard next year, but we can't just count on next year. The next 5 opponents are not particularly outstanding. We have to win all the games in the league while ensuring the results of the cup. Do you have confidence in this? Zhu Shan asked. Yes. Extraordinary players waved their fists and shouted. Li Gerua shouted loudly. If we can't win all the games, we won't be qualified to compete for the championship next year. Great, this can give them a goal. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan in private chat. It's just a small goal, but if they can keep their fighting spirit under the motivation of the small goal, then next year, we will really be able to compete for the championship. Zhu Shan replied. A team needs a goal, whether it is a long-term or short-term goal. People will be lazy. Although professional players are stronger in self-discipline, they are still human after all. As long as they are human, they will inevitably be lazy and need to be spurred. A situation that often occurs is that when an originally hard-working person joins a group that is lazy as a whole, he will be unconsciously assimilated. Most people will have the idea of following the crowd. They will be like the whole. Although a small number of people can change the whole by themselves, they are a minority after all. In such a situation, how a team can always have a goal is a very critical thing. In the eyes of Zhu Shan and Meng Fan, Changfeng and Tin He, which have achieved the best results in recent years, always have goals. This is based on the character of their core players. Lu Xiaoshan always has a strong and vigorous fighting spirit. As long as he is on the court, the whole Changfeng team will not be without goals. Li Qing's is not as violent and exposed as Lu Xiaoshan, but he is also a person with a firm goal and can inspire the fighting spirit of his teammates through his performance. Fifan also has such a person. Zheng Qi is the captain at Fifan. He is also very goal-oriented, but his personality is not as exposed as Lu Xiaoshan, nor as calm as Li Qing's. He is an alternative core. It is still difficult to expect him to lead the whole team, so many times, Zhu Shan and Meng Fan's help is needed. 5 league games, 2 cup games, and 7 games left. This season is about to end. Zheng Qi sighed and said to Su Jing. Why do you miss this season? Su Jing replied with a smile. I miss it a lot. After all, it's the first time to play in the top league. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's have gone through season after season in such an environment. Zheng Qi said. Very powerful, right? Su Jing laughed. Yes, they don't get bored. Zheng Qi laughed. How about you, will you get bored? Su Jing thought for a while and asked. I won't get bored now, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. You know, I'm a person who is easily interested in new things. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. That's hard to say. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think there is anything more fun than football era. Su Jing laughed. Maybe you're right. Zheng Qi laughed. Su Jing pursed her lips and laughed. She knew that what she said must be right, because this has been proven in the past 100 years. Human society has countless ways of entertainment in the past 100 years, but the only one that allows most people to spend most of their lives in the game is football era. This is the greatest game, even beyond the scope of the game itself. It provides humans with unlimited space for activities. There are still 5 league matches and 2 cup matches to come. In the next league match, we will play against Jian Man, while Changfeng and Tin He will fight against each other. This will be a good opportunity for Nangguo to expand its advantage. In the 36th round, Nangguo will play against Tin He. These are the 2 most important matches. However, our cup semi-final against Nangguo will be between the 35th and 36th rounds, Zheng Qi said with a chuckle. That will be a good opportunity for our cup performance. Su Jing thought for a while and said. Yes, no matter what, we must strive to win all the league matches, so that we can take advantage of the cup matches and no one will say anything. Zheng Qi waved his fist. In short, this season we must show our extraordinary prestige and let everyone know what kind of team we are. The more fair the competition is, the better the result will be, and no one will say anything. Su Jing nodded. In the 34th round of the league, the most eye-catching match was of course the match between Tin He and Changfeng at home. Now Tin He and Changfeng are tied for first place with 74 points. This is a well-deserved battle of the kings. Of course, the 73-point Nangguo will basically not have any problems in this round. Although they were tied by Fifan before, Fifan's strength is not bad after all. In this round, Nangguo's opponent is Qingxing, which is in a good situation of relegation. If Qingxing fights too hard with Nangguo, it will be disadvantageous to them. As for the match between Fifan and Jian Mang, it was ignored by most people. Although Fifan is now ranked 4th and Jian Mang is also a mid-level team, such a contest is not so impressive in the premise of this round. Fifan's players have been relatively calm about this. They missed some opportunities before, and now it is basically impossible to make much impact on the championship. Being ignored in such a situation will at least make people feel calmer. Fifan's players are very calm now. They know that even if they are not convinced now, it is useless. Only with results can they speak with enough power. In the first game in this round, Nanguo did not lose the chain. They defended firmly and attacked sharply in the game. In the end, they won the game with a 2-goal advantage. After winning, their points reached 76 points, surpassing Fifan and Zheng by 2 points each. This ending began to put great pressure on Zheng and Tin Head. After all, after this game, at least one team was bound to fall behind. Under such circumstances, the other leagues that followed were ignored, including Fifan's outstanding performance in this round of games, and the game in which he defeated Jian Mang with a score of 3-1. Most of the media ignored it directly, and all the attention was focused on the game between Zheng and Tin Head. These two teams faced off at the end of the season to compete for the championship. This plot is very familiar to many people, because it has happened many times in the past few years. But this time, there is something different, that is, there is a third party, Nanguo, which makes the situation of the entire league even more confusing. What's more, after Fifan won this round, his points reached 70 points. Although it is only a theoretical chance to win the championship, at least they still have a chance. You have to know that there are only 5 rounds left in the league. At this time in previous years, Fifan and Zheng are usually on top, and the chances of others winning the championship are already slim. The confrontation between these two can determine the final direction of the championship. But now, it is different. From the perspective of status, the two teams are evenly matched. Tin Head has won 9 games in a row since the start of the second half, and is in great shape. Although Zheng does not have such an abnormal record, it has also been undefeated in 9 games, including 3 draws. Even Nanguo cannot match such a good state. After all, Nanguo was hit hard by Fifan. However, Nanguo is currently ranked first. The league's competition system will indeed bring extremely rich changes. The final result of this Battle of the Kings of the Mountain disappointed the fans of Zheng and Tin Head, while the fans of Nanguo were ecstatic. Tin Head ended their winning streak, and Zheng maintained their undefeated status. However, after the game, there was no smile on the faces of both sides. A draw, each getting 1 point, seems to be a happy ending, but in fact, both sides are hurt, and Nanguo is lucky. Nanguo has 76 points, Tin Head has 75 points, Zheng has 75 points, and Fifan has 70 points. This is the league's points situation after the 34th round. What a pity. If we hadn't lost those 5 points, we would have 75 points now, and the league would be even more exciting. Fifan's players sighed. It's not impossible to catch up to 6 points in 4 rounds, but there are still 3 big mountains on top. Fifan's possibility of winning the championship is indeed only theoretical. It's okay, let's continue to play well. In short, we will win the season and prove to everyone that we just lack some experience and luck. Next year, we will be the strongest contender for the championship. Zheng Qi said here, and then added. Because we are the youngest. Chapter 594. Changes in the situation. For a team in a league, being the youngest is not really an advantage. After all, the army is always changing. As long as a team can achieve results, it is not a problem for the average age to be high. After the results are achieved, timely blood replacement can keep it outstanding. It is difficult for a young team to expect to continue to grow and eventually win the championship together. The most likely outcome is that before everyone grows up, the best have been poached, and then they are constantly trained and poached, and they can never reach the peak. We have a future. Such words can often only be a placebo, comforting ourselves. The future may always be just the future, only the present is the most controllable. Of course, Zheng Qi's words are not just to comfort the whole team, because what they have is also the present. After the 35th round of the league started, Fifan still didn't care about other things, but continued to show his level in the league. Their opponent in this round is Zheng Qi. As the champion of the first-class league last year, Zheng Qi played well this year. They are now ranked 13th, leading the relegation zone by 6 points, and have basically succeeded in relegation. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi certainly had no pressure to play. In fact, in this game, they showed a very good level, but they were still defeated by Fifan without any controversy. Fifan kept suppressing Chongsao in the game, and then scored 3 goals in the game through overall pressure, without giving Chongsao any chance. Chongsao's captain Wei Yu could only accept such a result. Although Chongsao was not bad overall and had god-level players like Wei Yu, their foundation was still a lot worse after relegation, especially in last year's game. Many of their old players stayed, which kept Chongsao stable, and they also made great contributions to Chongsao's promotion. However, they were all old after all, and their level this year had collectively declined. However, the newcomers were not able to come up in time because of the pressure of last year's results. Compared with previous years, their overall strength was actually worse. If the whole team had not performed well, it would have been difficult to relegate. However, there were not many teams that could seize the weakness that most of Chongsao's players were slightly weaker, but Fifan seized it very well in this game. Looking at Fifan's lineup, Wei Yu was envious, but he also knew that Chongsao was not a wealthy family. Although their financial situation was okay, it was not enough to poach players from Fifan. Just look at Fifan's momentum in buying Ben Shikayang. Although they were a new team, they were not short of money. However, Fifan was indeed not short of money. Although they were a new team, they made a lot of money in business. In addition, half of their core and main players did not receive salaries but dividends, and the dividends were not much. For example, Zheng Qi basically worked for himself for free, which made their expenses not much, so they could spend money on players in the transfer market. What's more, for general clubs, the main expense was labor. The first team salary might not be much, but the expenses of the core professional players of the guild and some staff of the club were still a lot, and even more with some expenses of the tactical department. You know, although the expenses of professional players and ordinary staff are high, it is not because each of them earns a lot. In fact, these professional players and ordinary staff are no different from ordinary white-collar workers. Their income is nothing more than to supplement their family expenses. It is impossible to be extravagant. However, if the talents in the tactical department want to be retained, they have to pay a lot of money. In many cases, the salaries of these talents in the tactical department are higher than those of the first-line team members. After all, the first-line team relies on commercial value to make a living. But Fifan save money on this point. The 10 big men in the tactical department are people who only love truth and not money. These days, only those who are not short of money will become scientists. After all, when everyone has enough to live, those who can continue to explore boring science are because of true love. Fen King and others came to Fifan, firstly, to have a research space, and secondly, to see Zheng Qi's face. Although Fifan Club treated them very well and provided them with all kinds of supplies, they did not take money from Fifan Club. The reason was that they were from the Academy of Sciences and could not get any income from outside, so in this regard, Fifan could spend at least 100 million less than other clubs a year, and the effect was much better. It was simply cheating. Of course, other clubs were not clear about this, and the composition and operation of each club were confidential. In the eyes of many people, Fifan should also be supported by a large consortium. At least, they believed that there was a large consortium behind it. Although it was not known who it was, there were still many top consortiums that had not entered the professional league. It was not impossible for them to sponsor them secretly. So Wei Yu did not mention anything else after the game, but just sided the development of Fifan, but was not surprised to be poached by Zheng Qi. Captain Wei, are you interested in coming to our Fifan? Everything can be discussed, Zheng Qi said. Wei Yu could only smile bitterly. He wanted to leave Chongsao, and he had left long ago, so I wait until today. He is a god-level player after all, and it is easy to find other positions. If he did not have feelings for Chongsao, and he is basically a member of Chongsao's management now, he would have left Chongsao long ago. There are actually many such players. Instead of being an ordinary player in a strong team, it is better to be the boss of a mid to low level team, become a club legend, and directly enter the management after retirement. Now there are more and more former god level players in the management of various clubs, which has also brought considerable benefits to the club. After all, compared with ordinary managers, they are more professional and can continuously improve the professional level of the entire club, which is very important. Forget it if you are not interested, it's a pity. Zheng Qi sighed, making Wei Yu want to ask him what he regretted. But when he thought about it, no matter what, he would not leave Chongsao, even if there were more tempting conditions. What can he do? Bin Shikayang left Thunder because the club had no feelings for him, but the Chongsao he stayed in was different. He would not change his club at the age of 30, and it would be easy to make people laugh if he told others about it. For the entire league, Fifan's victory was not very eye-catching. Although they now hit 73 points, everyone's attention was attracted by other games that were going on at the same time, and the end of the undefeated streak did not stop Tin He's pace of progress. Although they played very hard in this round, they still won the game. The Thunder, who were only 2 points ahead of the relegation zone, could be said to have fought hard in this game. Their desperate performance on the court allowed them to score 2 goals against Tin He. However, under the command of Li Qing's, Tin He tenaciously withstood this difficult game. They scored 3 goals in a row in the game, defeating the Thunder 3-2 and maintaining their high scoring rate. Zheng also had a difficult time in this round. Their opponent was Yinshuang, which was only 1 point higher than Liting. As the worst among the newly promoted teams, Yinshuang did not fall into the relegation zone. They also had a strong desire to fight in the game and once tied the score. If Chen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan had not joined forces to stabilize the situation at the critical moment and scored another goal for Chengfen, Chengfen might have lost the game directly under the opponent's desperate counter-attack. Facing 2 teams hovering in the relegation zone, Chengfen and Tin He also played very hard, which was enough to prove their level. At this time, the game is always the most difficult to play. The strong team's sprint has reached the most critical moment, and the weak team will also start to fight hard. At this time, every victory must be fought out. Chengfen and Tin He, who have been tested in the past few years, have withstood such a test. The bad consequences of Nanguo's lack of experience in attacking the championship in the past few years broke out at this time. Their opponent in this round was Minfen, who was tied for the bottom. They and Thongban both had only 29 points, tied for the last place. Of course, Thunder, who was ranked 17th, only hit 32 points. The situation of relegation this year was also very chaotic. At this time, Minfen completed their outbreak and won an extremely precious victory. They prevented Nanguo from breaking through their goal throughout the away game, and then seized a mistake in the cooperation between Liu Shibo and Wuzhun, scored a goal, and defeated Nanguo. Nanguo lost a crucial game when it should not have lost the most. This allowed Tin He and Chengfen, both with 78 points, to surpass them with 76 points and tied for first place again. Fifen's current score has reached 73 points. The results of this round of games have made the media dazzled. Nanguo lost the game that it should not have lost the most, but Fifen silently caught up with 2 consecutive wins. Looking closely, they really have a chance to challenge the championship again, so, the media started a new round of calculations. There are 3 rounds left in the league, and these 4 teams have a chance to win the championship. Among them, Chengfen has the best situation, because their opponents in the last 3 rounds are Lindong, which ranks in the middle, Kangning, which ranks 5th, and Jianman, which also ranks in the middle. These opponents are not weak, but they can be said to be teams with no desires. At this point in the season, such teams are easier to beat. Fifen's situation is not bad either. Their last 3 opponents are not strong, but they are still 5 points away from Chengfen. Hope is actually still theoretical, but it seems that the situation is better than before. The situation of Tin He and Nanguo is a bit complicated. They will face each other in the 36th round. The other 2 opponents are average. Tin He's advantage is that they are not dragged down by the cup competition. They now have a few more goals than Chengfen. If they can beat Nanguo, they can maintain this advantage until the end of the season and win the championship with the advantage of goal difference. However, if they suffer a loss to Nanguo, then Chengfen will probably not give them another chance. Of course, Chengfen also has to play in the cup competition, and may not have enough energy to keep up. Nanguo's situation is the worst among the top 3. They are now 2 points behind Chengfen and Tin He. They have to work hard to beat Tin He, and then they have to hope that Chengfen will lose at least 1 game. Even a draw is not enough. Their goal difference is inferior to Tin He and Chengfen. Chapter 595. The future will be even more difficult. Before the 36th round, the semi-finals of the cup competition began. Fifen vs. Nanguo, Chengfen vs. Shanhua. This is why the public opinion is more optimistic about Chengfen and Tin He. Tin He can take a break, and Chengfen's opponents are slightly weaker. Only Nanguo is facing Fifen. Fifen has defeated them before. If Nanguo overdraws too much in the cup competition, then in the next league, it will have no chance against Tin He. After all, Tin He is good at catching the opponent's weaknesses, even if it is due to physical exhaustion caused by a large overdraw of energy. Nanguo is in a bit of trouble now, but that kind of trouble is not caused by us, so don't have any scruples, show our true ability and kill them. Before the semi-finals began, Zhu Shan said to all the Fifen players. Fifen's fans are also looking forward to this game. Although the cup competition only reached the semi-finals, as long as Fifan can enter the finals, it is very likely that they will get the qualification for the Super Cup next year in advance. If Zheng can win the double championship, then the team participating in the Super Cup will be them and the runner-up of the cup competition. If Fifan can participate in the Super Cup for 2 consecutive years, then the reputation will really go up all of a sudden. After all, the threshold for participating in the Super Cup itself is very high. In addition, the top league rankings and good results in the cup competitions, these accumulations, even if they can't reach the foundation of a giant, at least in these 2 years, they are a well-deserved strong team. This is also very important for a club. So Fifan's fans are waiting for the start of this game with great interest, and Fifan's players have also adjusted their status very well, wanting to prove their strength through this game. Compared with Fifan's consistent goals and steps, Nanguo is now very entangled. You have to know that compared with previous years, Nanguo's performance this year has made great progress. Chen Feng's team training and tactical ability can be said to have shown an extremely high level. However, professional competitive games are sometimes so cruel. If you perform well but don't win the championship, it is more unbearable than not winning the championship with mediocre performance. Of course, the season is not over yet, and there are no problems within Nanguo. They can still treat the game with the same will. But now facing this cup game, their goals are a little confused. After losing the league game, they have a chance to win the championship, but it is not great. After all, there are still 2 strong teams ahead. Even if they kill one, there is still another. It is unlikely to expect both opponents to fail at the same time, however, even if the chance is not great, there is still a chance. Just keep fighting, for example, fight ahead, and then quietly wait for Zheng to make a mistake. These are all things that must be done. But can they give up in the cup game? Not to mention that the league chances are slim. Even if the league chances are big, as a strong team like Nanguo, after entering the semi-finals of the cup competition, they can't give up such a game. The cup championship is also a very important championship. If it is said that in the past classical football competitions, for European clubs, the top 4 in the league to qualify for the Champions League is much more important than winning the domestic cup championship, then in the professional competitions of the football era, let alone the top 4 in the league, even the league runner-up is not as important as the cup championship. And Nanguo's opponent in the semi-finals is Fifan, an opponent they need to go all out for, and they may not win. Before, Fifan defeated Nanguo in the league and gave Nanguo a heavy defeat. If they hadn't lost the game to Fifan and suffered a loss to the relegation team in Shuang, then Nanguo's current situation in the league might be very good. Thinking carefully, the 2 opponents who recently made Nanguo suffer a great loss happened to be 2 newly promoted teams. Nanguo was really embarrassed, so Nanguo was also very troubled about this game. The players had some different ideas about each other, which involved Nanguo's preparations. The team that appeared on the field was a team with doubts and could not fully play its own level, and Fifan. He was able to devote himself to this game. When the players were not in good condition, whether they were focused or not, whether they were focused on the game, could determine the final result of a game. This was quite obvious in this game. Fifan's condition was actually not good, because even during this period of time, Zhushan had never relaxed the strict training they gave them. Their condition was not the best, but recently they had become accustomed to such games and were quite focused in the game, which led to good results. Nanguo's condition was not very good either. They were in good condition before, but now they have started to fluctuate. Now the condition of both sides is not very good, but in terms of fighting spirit, Fifan has the upper hand. Therefore, when the 2 sides met in this game, the game soon fell into a stalemate. Fifan was attacking fiercely, and Nanguo was defending. The status of both sides was about the same, so under such circumstances, the game between Fifan and Nanguo fell into a stalemate from the beginning. In terms of style, Fifan seemed to be more active, but it was still difficult to break through Nanguo's defense. After all, Nanguo was able to double-kill Zheng because of their outstanding performance on the defensive end. However, compared with Fifan's, the tolerance rate of defense is lower. After the 2 sides were deadlocked for 30 minutes, Fifan's wonderful breakthrough finally opened the situation. Bin Shiqiang found an opportunity, and Zheng Qi cut in at the first time. His explosive operation at that moment directly took away Liu's bow. Although he was quickly taken away by the counter-attacking Nanguo players, there was a huge gap in Nanguo's defense again, that is, when the 2 core players were not on the court, the reaction of others was obviously a bit slower. In the last game, Fifan broke the deadlock in this way, and now, they seized such an opportunity again. When Zheng Qi had sent the ball into the South Country's gate, the fans of the South Country cursed one after another. Being caught by the opponent twice in a row was really infuriating. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. It was not that he didn't know that Fifen would catch such a gap, nor was he clinging to the defensive tactics, but this set of tactics was finally formed, and it was indeed very effective. Don't look at Fifen's continuous capture of such defects. Other teams can't catch them, because after improvement and perfection, the two defensive cores can cover most of the playing time, and they can cover each other when they take turns to play, not when one person leaves the court. But Fifen has this ability, sees the opportunity to attack when there is only one person on the court, and can also take the core on the court first. Of course, Liu Shibo seems to be more unlucky. Fifen always targets him. His level is about the same as Xing Liken, but Xing Liken has more experience and he is more courageous, so Fifen always targets him. Chen Feng's offensive ability may not be able to do it, but Fifen and his gang can do it, Chen Feng thought depressedly in his heart. Losing this game is not a big blow to Nanguo. After all, the real blow was the previous loss to Mingfeng. It was not because they did not perform well enough in that game, but because the opponent was too hard-working, plus luck. But if they are defeated by the opponent in a row, the morale of the team will be greatly affected. What's more, what kind of performance will Fifen have next year? They have not really participated in the championship competition this year. Although they have been ranked first for a long time, due to various factors, such as lack of experience, performance, mentality, etc. Their threat to the top 3 is not particularly big. But what about next year? Will Fifen be as mature as this year? Fifen will definitely be a strong opponent next year. Will Nanguo's hope of winning the championship be greater than this year? This is the real despair. For Nanguo, they are doing very well now, but their biggest flaw is that they don't have good players like Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's. Liu Shibo is a god-level player, Sun Fei is a veteran player, Xing Liken is experienced, and there are a group of powerful players such as Wu Yun, but none of them is the top player. That kind of player is the soul and root of the entire team. If there is no such player in the entire league, then the league will be in a state of competition among heroes. However, if there is a player like this and a group of outstanding teammates, then this team will definitely dominate. If there are 2 such players, it is a pair of heroes standing side by side. If there are 3 such players, it is a 3-kingdom tribot. This is the value of the top players. Such players are of course hard to come by. Chen Feng feels that he is unlucky because he has never met such a player. If such a player has not appeared, Chen Feng is confident that he can lead his team to continue to win honors. This is what he did before Lu Xiaoshan rose to power. In the league at the time, in 3 seasons, the Southern Kingdom could at least win 1 championship, which is inseparable from Chen Feng's strategic planning. However, when such a player appears, Chen Feng's tactical thinking and team formation ideas will find it difficult to suppress such a player, because such a player is also very attractive and will attract many outstanding players to their side. This is very obvious in Chen Feng and Tinhe. At least half of Chen Feng's main players are introduced from other teams, and nearly half of Tinhe's players are poached from other clubs. Moreover, by the side of Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, these players can grow faster. The current Fifen is also the same. Although Zheng Qi has not yet shown the overwhelming strength of Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshan, Chen Feng can see that he has such ability. Next year, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Chen Feng sighed in his heart. Chapter 596. The best does not need to be perfect. For a veteran coach like Chen Feng, he would not be bothered by temporary gains and losses, but when the semi-final ended, he still sighed. After being first broken by Fifen, the captain of Nanguo, Sun Fei, began to take over the game. He began to lead the team to attack more actively, which was also that tactic they were good at before. Chen Feng had no objection to this, and he also began to command the entire team to launch a counterattack. However, in such an attack, they still failed to gain an advantage. Fifen began to launch a crazy attack. They have many good attackers, some are fast, some are meticulous, and some are good at catching people in the gap. After a game, Nanguo broke through Fifen's gate 3 times, but Fifen broke their gate 5 times. 5-3, Fifen defeated Nanguo and advanced to the final of the China Cup. Their opponent was Chen Feng, who won a small victory over Shenhua by 1 goal after a dull battle. What do you think of the next game? We are already very proud of reaching the cup finals for 2 consecutive years. Besides, there are still 3 rounds of the league, and we still have hope of winning the league. Of course, we have to strive for the double crown. Zheng Qi said with a smile when he was interviewed after the game. The reporters were expressionless, and there was no ripple in their hearts. "Hey, why aren't you excited?" Zheng Qi said. "Do you think we are stupid? 5 points in 3 rounds, chasing 3 opponents, you have no chance of winning the league championship, think about it realistically." A reporter replied. "Don't give up until the last moment. When you give up, the game is over." Zheng Qi replied. "The same is true for the league. Unless all theoretical hopes are shattered, we will admit that we have given up the fight for the league championship." The previous sentence seems a bit familiar. A reporter muttered. Illusion, illusion." Zheng Qi smiled. "Captain Zheng Qi, let's talk about something serious. The season is almost over, and we are still paying attention to you for fun. It's not easy, right?" A reporter said earnestly. "What are your expectations for this season? Can you tell me?" "What can I expect? Let's try to win 4 more games. If we win, whether we can win the championship or not, there will be no regrets," Zheng Qi said. "If we win 4 more games, we will definitely win the cup championship." "You are too modest." The reporter was speechless again. "In fact, our most basic wish is that Zheng wins the league championship," Zheng Qi said seriously. "Why?" The reporter was stunned. "I haven't heard that you have any affair with Zheng. Why did you choose Zheng between Tinhe and Zheng? Although Tinhe's schedule is indeed unfavorable, Tinhe can control its own destiny. Why does the captain of Fifan support Zheng so much?" "Because if Zheng wins the league championship, we don't even have to play in the cup finals, and we can qualify for the Super Cup next year," Zheng Qi said a little embarrassedly. The reporters were all shocked. They really had never heard such a useless statement. "Are you satisfied with entering the finals? Where does this mean a strong team?" However, they also knew that even if they reported such words, Zheng Qi would not be affected. He could say that he was just talking casually. Moreover, as long as they did not play casually in the game, their image would not be affected. So, after the interview, the media began to report that Captain Fifan was optimistic about Zheng winning the championship. As for the reason, of course, Captain Fifan wanted to challenge the strongest Zheng. Since he could not win the league championship this year, he hoped that the strongest opponent could win the championship. As soon as this report came out, Tinhe's fans were a little dissatisfied, but they also knew that although Zheng and Tinhe's results seemed to be similar in the past few years, Zheng was indeed more popular. After all, their style could attract more fans. They could only express it in a certain way. Zheng's violent group of people, how could they know the subtlety of our tactics? However, 4 days later, they envied Zheng a little. If we also had a group of violent people like Zheng, looking at the South China defense line that was constantly destroying Tinhe's attack with tenacious defense, Tinhe's fans thought with tears in their eyes. Although they lost the semi-finals of the China Cup, the South China did not lose its morale because of this. They are a strong team, and a strong team has its own foundation. In this game, they will also try to fight Tinhe to the death. Although in terms of offense, every time they counter-attacked, they were broken by the exquisite tactics arranged by Li Qing's, but in terms of defense, they still showed a very high level. Chen Feng's confidence was not wrong, although the South China's defense was caught by Fifan twice in a row, except for Fifan, who hit so many offensive players and could constantly try to attack other teams. Even Zheng and Tinhe did not have the ability to break through their gate when the South China focused on defense. You have to know that Fifan can't just chase the defense of the Southland and hit hard to score. Their 2 goals were scored after countless attempts, and they were able to seize 1 or 2 opportunities. This included the genius sense of smell of Bin Shikai and the extremely timely follow-up of Zheng Qi, which was able to score those 2 key goals. Even the strongest double arrows composed of Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei could not do this. Tinhe is of course a strong team, but their characteristics are different from Zheng and Fifan. They lack the kind of strong breakers and players with a keen sense of smell. Li Qing's tactics can make the counter-attack of the Southland completely ineffective, but in terms of offense, it is difficult to completely tear open the defense of the Southland or create decisive opportunities. Their offense always seems to be insufficient in the face of such defense. This is not because they are not working hard enough, but because with their characteristics, they really don't have much to do with this kind of defense that is focused on defense and has excellent strength. From this point, it can be seen that the real level of Tinhe is not particularly outstanding, because Li Qing's is not a player who can directly show his level, and his core position will make some players who really have top level unwilling to come to Tinhe. Top players are all arrogant, they can cooperate with someone, but they can't completely become a vassal around someone. This matter, in fact, it's not Li Qing's fault. He can't give up his most advantageous place to respond to others. Qinhe's fans certainly understand Li Qing's. They know how valuable Li Qing's existence is. Giving up Li Qing's characteristics is called self-destruction. Although people are not satisfied, people with vision know what kind of talents cannot be compensated, and what kind of talents are easier to make up. Of course, this still can't make Qinhe's fans envy Changfeng's strong offensive line or extraordinary overall level at this moment. Facing the tenacious defensor of the southern country, Li Qing's also thought of many ways, but this situation beyond the strength of the team could not be solved by his tactics. He controlled the counter-attack of the southern country, but could not break through the defensor of the southern country. As time passed, they became more and more anxious, but anxiety could not change the reality. When this round of games ended at the same time, all the media sided for Qinhe. In this game, they were tied by the southern country. And what about Changfeng? He defeated Ling Don silently and occupied the first place in the standings alone. Nangguo and Tianhe tied, and Changfeng took the biggest advantage. They now have 81 points, while Tianhe has 79 points and Nangguo has 77 points. What makes people feel a bit sad is that Fifan won again in this round. They defeated Xingyu by 2 goals and their points reached 76 points. Considering that their opponents in the next 2 rounds are not strong, if they had scored more points before, they would still be one of the biggest contenders for the championship. We're young, so it's normal to miss some opportunities, Zheng Qi said in an interview. However, the media and public opinion did not pay much attention to Zheng Qi. After all, the biggest theme of this round was that Tianhe and Nangguo were fighting each other, and Changfeng was the fisherman who benefited. Under not very favorable circumstances, Changfeng once again seized the initiative to win the championship. This may have something to do with luck, but we have to see that Changfeng's performance so far is still the most stable. Although compared with previous years, Changfeng's performance has had some ups and downs, we have to know that sometimes to win the championship, it is not necessary to be absolutely perfect. It is enough to be more stable than other teams. Changfeng's performance so far is like this. They have had ups and downs and some problems, but at the end of the long league, they are still stronger. I think that after the end of this season, the inventory of the entire league will be very lively. Yuan Fei said in an interview after the game that the frequency of his commentary this season is higher than in previous years. You know, after getting older, the number of games Yuan Fei commented on has been shrinking every year. After all, to comment on a game, a lot of preparation work has to be done, plus the need to judge many situations is not an easy task. The reason why Yuan Fei's commentary is famous is because he can combine professionalism and entertainment very well, which has made him the #1 commentator. To get such a position, you can't just rely on qualifications, but rely on careful preparation and careful observation in game commentary. When Yuan Fei was young, it was certainly not a burden, but after he was over 60 and his energy declined, Yuan Fei had to save his energy in this regard. The excitement of this year's league has made him more interested in commentating more games this year. His comments also represent, to a large extent, the media and public opinion on this season. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas al encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 597. Before the last round. As the first commentator and the first commentator, Yuan Fei's level is naturally excellent, and his evaluation can be regarded as accurate. After the situation of the league has gradually become clear, his judgment will certainly appear to be quite correct. And the following game also proved this point. Changfeng has been unstoppable up to now. In fact, the last ones to stop them were Fifan and Tianhe, who successively tied Changfeng, but such blocking did not make them lose the hope of winning the championship. After they passed Fifan and Tianhe, other teams really had no ability to stop them. Tianhe and Nangguo's 2 losses cannot be said to be their luck. If Nangguo and Tianhe performed better, Tianhe could beat Nangguo, or Nangguo did not lose points to the weak team before, they would still have no chance. Although the opponents in fighting gave them a chance, they are now ranked first, and no one can say anything. Just like when Fifan ranked first for a long time, no one said that Fifan was lucky or something. In the final analysis, even if you are lucky, you still need to have strength. What's more, the league system is fair to everyone. Everyone has to face the same number of opponents, and the points are also fought for one game after another. In the remaining games of this season, Changfeng, which has reached its peak, is unmatched. In the 37th round of the game, Canning put up a tenacious resistance, but they still lost to Chengfen 2-3 at home, which made Chengfen's advantage more obvious. Qin had defeated Ling Dong and continued to chase behind Chengfen, but Chengfen no longer needs to look at other people's faces. It was Nanguo who lost his temper. They were tied by Lei Ting, who was fighting for relegation. This point was not enough to get Lei Ting out of the relegation zone, but it made Nanguo completely lose the chance to win the championship. Chengfen has 84 points, Qin has 82 points, and Nanguo has 78 points. With only one round left in the league, they have withdrawn from the championship contenders. In fact, Qin's chances are also slim. Not only did Nanguo withdraw from the championship race, they also lost their third place. In another game, Fifan, despite the fact that they were about to win to the final of the China Cup, still tried their best to defeat Yinshuang, who were fighting for relegation. This victory made many people look at Fifan with new eyes, because they did not give face to a relegation team like Yinshuang, nor did they reserve their strength in the league because they had to play in the final of the China Cup. We must compete with Chengfen with dignity, because we are qualified to do so. Zheng Qi's words at the post-match press conference were as exaggerated and floating as always, but they made many viewers stand in awe. Because this attitude is what a professional team should have now. Regardless of whether the game is important or not, you must play with all your strength. Don't relax your pursuit of the current game just because the next game is important. This is not in line with the current political correctness. When only the championship is the most glorious and valuable, playing every game well can satisfy the fans. Fifan's performance is certainly worthy of admiration. It is precisely because of this that in the China Cup final 3 days later, Fifan and Chengfen fought fiercely, but because of one or two mistakes caused by fatigue, they finally lost to Chengfen by 1 goal. When they failed to win the China Cup for 2 consecutive years, no one laughed at Fifan for being stupid, but applauded them. This is a respectable behavior. Even if they lost in the end, they are worthy of respect. They meet the needs of fans of the football-era professional game. Fans want to see a team that does not relax in any game and tries their best. This year's league is actually over for Fifan. They have not been able to win any championship, but their performance is enough for them to gain a lot. Of course, there is still one last round of the league, and now all the attention and praise are still on Chengfen. Chengfen has won 3 championships this year: the Super Cup, the East Asian Cup, and the China Cup. They have one last game left before the 4th championship. They only need to defeat Jianman, who has performed well this season, in the last round to win the league championship. Qin still has a chance, of course. Their opponent is Xinyu. If they beat Xinyu and Chengfen is at least tied by Jianman, then Qin will be able to rely on the advantage of goal difference to win the league championship this season. There is no doubt that the suspense continues in the last round of China's competition this season. Jianman and Xinyu are both traditional mid-level teams. Their current rankings are also very mid-level. Xinyu is now ranked 9th and Jianman is now ranked 12th. They both have excellent strength and are capable of sniping these 2 championship teams and showing our level. Whether it is Xinyu's captain Dai Xing or Jianman's captain Yu Pen, they both said in an interview that in the last game of this season, they must show their fighting spirit and let everyone know that they will show the demeanor of professional players even if they have no desire. All the audience are very happy with their statement. What they want to see is a tense and fierce championship battle, not a perfunctory game. These 2 games are the most important, but the relegation battle is also equally eye-catching. The 19th ranked Jinfeng and the 20th ranked Zhongbang have 31 and 30 points respectively, while the 17th ranked Yinshuang has 35 points. These 2 teams have been relegated in advance. The last relegation spot will be between Yinshuang and Thunder with 33 points. After selling off Binshikayang, Thunder is now only 1 step away from relegation. And their opponent in the last round is exactly Binshikayang's Fifan. This is also quite concerning. Yinshuang's opponent in the last round is Qingquang, this team that also promotes youth, and its results are much better. They are now ranked 10th, only 2 points away from the 9th ranked Xinyu, and have higher points than traditional midstream teams such as Lingdong Jianman. With their youth, we can expect that their performance next year may be better. Both of them promote youth, but the endings of the 2 sides are very different, which is really regrettable. However, the young and frivolous captain Xilai said in an interview that they will also strive for victory in the last round and will not let the water appear in the game. If they beat Yinshuang and the Thunder can get 3 points from Fifan, then the Thunder will miraculously avoid relegation. We will try our best to win. Fifan doesn't have to win, right? They have a good relationship with us and have had a lot of exchanges in the summer transfer market. We are not asking them to fix games or let them win on purpose, but they don't have to fight us to the death. Besides, Fifen has won 4 games in a row, and they just had a tough game in the China Cup final. Under such circumstances, we may have a chance. The Thunder's boss said this in an interview with forced calmness, and his words implied that he was begging for mercy. You fans also need allies, right? Let us go in the league, and we can discuss everything in the future. What he didn't know was that after seeing his interview, everyone in Fifen almost laughed out loud. What are you thinking about? It's the last game, we have to find a way to win it. Yeah, what's more, if we win this game, we can at least get 3rd place in the league. Doesn't that fulfill our bossman's dream? Yeah, what's more, we're only 3 points behind Tin Head. If they lose in the last round, we might be able to rush to 2nd place, ha 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 ha. You're thinking too much. They still have a chance to win the championship, and they will not let us down in the last round, but we can still secure 3rd place. That's right. What's more, we beat Yinshuang in the last game, so of course we have to beat Lei Ting in this game, otherwise, Yinshuang's brothers will have opinions. We have to treat everyone equally. Fifen's players were talking to each other. In the last China Cup final, they performed very well, but they lost because of luck in the mutual attack. In fact, Zheng also played very hard in that game, and the victory or defeat was just a matter of millimeters. Perhaps it was to repay the victory last year. Fifen lost the final even though he was not at a disadvantage. Now I hope more and more that Zheng will win the league championship, so that we can play in the Super Cup. The topic has been led to another side. Bin Shikai looked at these new teammates and couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps only Zheng Qi could understand Bin Shikai's feelings at this time. Of course, he only understood more. After all, although Zheng Qi was a youth training at Thunder, he didn't have such a complicated past like Bin Shikai. There are many young players like him who have been promoted from the youth team but didn't get a first-team contract. But what about Bin Shikai? He was promoted from the youth team, but didn't get a contract and was thrown to other teams. He returned to the Thunder through his own efforts and became the captain and core of the Thunder. However, he was abandoned by the Thunder again at the age of 32, which was close to retirement. Although the Thunder didn't target him, the human touch of the Thunder was actually no worse than that of other clubs. He ran into various factors, but such an experience was too cruel for any player. At least for Zheng Qi. If it were him, he would only be relieved by seeing the Thunder fall into the abyss. Now Bin Shikai seems to have such an opportunity. I don't want them to be relegated, but since they are our opponents at this time, I will try my best to help our team win. Bin Shikai seemed to know what he wanted to ask, turned around and said to Zheng Qi with a smile. Zheng Qi nodded silently. Chapter 598. Can't stay. There are many games worth watching in the last round. Most neutral fans are paying attention to the 2 games between Zheng and Tin Head. After all, these 2 games can determine the champion of this season. The fans of Thunder and Fifen are paying attention to the match between Thunder and Fifen. In addition to them, the fans of Yinshuang are also the same. Thunder's current situation is indeed very bad. They must win to seize the slightest chance of relegation. However, for a team like Thunder that once won the 4th place, it is really unacceptable to fall to relegation this year. Although Thunder was once involved in a relegation battle last year, they did not really stay in the relegation zone. They just never got rid of the shadow of relegation. This year is different. The highest ranking of Thunder this year was 9th, but it was only ranked this position once, and then it has been declining all the way. Although it has never really fallen into the relegation zone, the situation has not been good. In the 20th round, they were ranked 12th, but then they continued to decline until the 35th round, and they fell into the relegation zone completely. They still did not improve, and almost watched the gap between them and other teams getting farther and farther. In sharp contrast to them, is Minfen. This team fell to the last place since the 4th round, and then stayed in the last place. Occasionally, it returned to the 2nd to last place, and would fall back quickly, but they never gave up. They tried their best to grab points in each round of the league, and they survived until the last stage, and then they won consecutive games, and rushed all the way to escape the relegation zone. Now they have already successfully retained their position in advance, and are ranked 14th, which is higher than many teams that have never been in danger of relegation. In terms of youth, Thunder also has a sharp contrast, that is Jianmang. The change of blood in Thunder was too hasty, and the recruitment and establishment of new cores were not the right candidates. Jianmang was different. Although Xilai was young, he had the style of a general. The level of the returning Yuan Kong and Zheng was indeed good. After a period of adaptation, they immediately played very well. What about Thunder? Although Ben Shikayang's departure did not cause any ripples at the time, in fact, the morale of the team had already been dispersed. If Xiaobo could show his level in the next game, he could stabilize the army to a certain extent. However, although he and Xilai looked like brothers in name, they were quite different in terms of character and level. Although his operation was also very good, he was more concerned about his personal performance as he had just become the core. He could not mobilize the whole team well, and naturally he could not make the whole team return to their hearts. Moreover, his outstanding performance in the previous season was actually achieved because Ben Shikayang attracted the opponent's greatest attention. But now, without Ben Shikayang, the opponent's pressure was all on Xiaobo alone. It would be strange if he could withstand it. As a result, the Thunder fell into the dilemma of relegation, which was of course normal. Actually, I'm very sad, but no matter how sad I am, I'm also a professional player. Wait and see how I perform. Before the game started, Ben Shikayang said in the locker room. The extraordinary players nodded. They had no reason to let him win, and as young players, they did not think they needed to leave a line. In fact, competitive games are more about strength. Players from both sides came on the stage. Xiaobo no longer had the radiant look at the beginning of the season. He knew that after the end of this season, no matter what the final situation of the Thunder was, it would be difficult for him to continue to stay in the Thunder. Leading a strong team to this state, his level was enough to be doubted by many people. Although the news that he forced Ben Shikayang to leave did not spread, how could there be secrets in the circle? The big guys have long labeled him as not a good person. Of course, such a label is actually nothing. After all, as long as you have the ability, even if your character is a little worse, there'll still be people scrambling to use you. After all, in a league, there are always a few players with outstanding standards. Even if your character has some flaws, no one cares. And young people want to get promoted, so it is understandable that they're eager to get promoted, but if your level is not good, and you like to make trouble in the club, and you are really capable of collusion, and you would rather lose the interests of the entire club for your personal status, and in the end you were unable to save it, such a person, then it is not only that his character is flawed, but also that his level is poor and he has no style. It is estimated that few bosses will find a unique way to like such a player. The Thunder was relegated, and Xiaobo would be very sad, but the most sad thing is that the Thunder was relegated, and he couldn't find another better place. This made him even more upset. When the players from both sides shook hands, Xiaobo felt a little uneasy when he saw Ben Shikayang, fearing that Ben Shikayang would give him a hard time in person. Ben Shikayang seemed to have not seen him. He just said, "Come on," as he would with any other opponent. This made Xiaobo feel relieved. However, the next moment, when Zheng Qi shook hands with him, the half-smile on his face made Xiaobo feel ashamed. It's always bad to be too ruthless, so I won't be too ruthless. Zheng Qi said to Xiaobo. Xiaobo was refreshed. Could it be, so I will play normally and help the team win this game. Everything else is a secondary issue. Zheng Qi continued. Xiaobo's face fell. What the hell? If Fifan didn't let the Thunder win, with the mess it is now, let alone winning against Fifan, it would be an impossible task to tie. The core players all think so there is no need to think carefully about how much fighting spirit the entire Thunder team has left. Of course, as a traditional team, Thunder still has some backbone and background. Although the club's treatment of the hard-working former captain Ben Shikayang has chilled many people's hearts, and Xiaobo cannot convince the crowd, Thunder has consumed a lot of strength in internal friction, but at this critical moment, there are still many people who can fight hard. Otherwise, they would not have tied with Suitland in the last round. If they could have maintained that state and performance, how could they have fallen to the point of relegation? So after the game started, Thunder still resisted fiercely. Xiaobo, the core, had been abandoned by others. They began to attack and defend as a whole. Xiaobo had even been excluded from the team's offensive and defensive tactics. This was not the key to the coach's tactical arrangement, but a decision made by other players spontaneously. Even so, they were able to withstand Fifan's attack for a while, and after the coach found that Xiaobo was completely ineffective on the court and made the team look one man short, the coach decisively let Xiaobo go off the court and sent other players. The reason why Xiaobo was used as the core player before was because of his good performance and the support of the management. But now, unless he is blind, they will continue to use Xiaobo. Xiaobo could only sit on the bench depressed, watching his teammates take turns to play, but he could only sit there. The Thunder players worked hard on the court and continued to fight against Fifan. They had a clear gap in personal strength, but their overall coordination was not too bad. Under such circumstances, they resisted Fifan's attack. Although they had no ability to counter-attack, they also showed their courage and fighting spirit. The Thunder management, who were anxiously watching the game, began to slowly calm down as the game progressed. We made a mistake before, but fortunately, we still have the foundation of Thunder, and such a mistake should be able to be made up quickly. Well, as long as you can stay, try to stay. We still have a chance to come back next year, but Xiaobo can't stay. It is obvious that he has lost the trust of everyone in our team. After the two directors said this, everyone's eyes fell on another director. Everyone knew that this director was actually Xiaobo's backer. If it weren't for his support and the management's misjudgment, Thunder would never have carried out such a simple and crude blood transfusion. Who would have known that after the blood transfusion, Thunder, which was obviously in the middle of the pack, would be relegated to the point of being demoted? I have no objection. The director smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He supported Xiaobo to increase his voice in the board of directors. After all, he had his own people in the team, and they were the core, so he would naturally speak louder. But who could have known that Xiaobo could lead the team to this point? Not to mention increasing his voice, it was good that he didn't completely lose his power in the board of directors. All the players who fought hard on the field should be kept. They all have feelings for the Thunder. We can't expect a miracle this year. Even if a miracle happens, Xiaobo can't be kept. A director said. A player who has been boycotted by everyone can't be kept no matter how outstanding he is. Ben Shikai, is it possible for us to buy him back? A director asked. This question made everyone smile bigly. Especially when they saw Ben Shikai strong breakthrough in the following time, which helped Fifan break the Thunder's tenacious defense and score the first goal. Everyone could only continue to smile bigly. He is now in Fifan, he should be having a good time. Let's not disturb him. The chairman made the decision. Everyone nodded. First, it would be embarrassing to invite Ben Shikai back. Second, even if Ben Shikai is in good shape, he will be 33 years old next year and almost 34 years old. Why invite a player of this age back? To be a mascot? The Thunder really needs a new core now, instead of letting Ben Shikai continue to be the core. There is no future for the Thunder like this. We will be relegated next year, and we will also need a core. We will take our time to look for it. However, with our fame, we still have a chance to find a good player. The Thunder's chairman finally said. Chapter 599. What do you know? For a traditional team like Thunder, they are not short of money. After all, everyone knows that the Super League is a money-printing factory. Even if a team is not very popular, if they stay in the Super League for a year and get a share of other people's ticket sales, the income in that year is not a small number. What's more, Thunder is not a team with low popularity. Even if their foundation is not as good as that of traditional strong teams such as Southland, it is not bad. After so many years of accumulation, the annual income is not bad. In this case, as long as they are willing to spend money, even if they're relegated, it is not difficult to fight back. Of course, the management of Thunder is now starting to consider the issue of forming a team next year. The biggest reason is that they're already 2 goals behind in this game. After Ben Shikai opened the scoring for Fifan, they soon scored the second goal. Shortly after the start of the second half, Zheng Qi, who was on the field, scored the third goal, and Thunder was already powerless to turn the tide. Although in another game, Yinshuan had fallen behind Jianman, Thunder was even less capable of defeating Fifan. They are about to face the fate of relegation. Many Thunder fans in the stands began to cry. They had a good time in the past few years. Although the team did not win any owners, the performance was not bad. Therefore, they could not tolerate the situation of barely staying in the league last year, and they also supported the club's renewal. But now the relegation made them feel even more painful. When Ben Shikai did not celebrate when he scored, they began to think about how much this old captain had brought to the Thunder. He brought the Thunder the highest ranking in the past 20 years. When he was in the team, the Thunder was always in the middle, and occasionally they could even impact the top 6. For this, Thunder fans were very happy at first. They always shouted Ben Shikai's name and cheered for his performance. But day after day, the club's performance did not improve significantly, and they began to get a little tired. They began to listen to the media's statements, thinking that Ben Shikai was old, and his achievements would stop at this level, and he could not help the Thunder reach a higher peak. They began to think that the Thunder needed fresh blood and needed to impact a higher position. Not only did they think so, but the management also thought so. Everyone's views were biased. And they also encountered bad luck. When the game was over, the fans of Thunder fell silent, while the fans of Fifen were celebrating. This victory determined that Fifen ranked third in the league this season, ranking third in the first season. This is a great honor. Ben Shikai also hit some feelings. In his first season with Fifen, he reached the highest peak he had never reached before. These teammates are really outstanding. As for Thunder, Ben Shikai walked towards his former teammates. You didn't play well enough this season. There are problems inside. Otherwise, there would be no way you would be relegated. Ben Shikai said to several familiar teammates. These teammates are not very old, but last year, they were the teammates who would actively cooperate with him among the young players. There were many such teammates in Thunder before, but some retired, and some left this year. Those who stayed were all relatively young players. They all have one characteristic, that is, they have admired Ben Shikai since childhood, and hope that after entering the first team, they can be around Ben Shikai and continue to strive for good results. Many of them have good operation level and good coordination ability. With them as the backbone, Ben Shikai was confident that he could hit the top few again, but internal friction ruined everything. I'm sorry, Captain. Someone cried. Don't be sorry, I'm not your captain now, but in the final analysis, you are still Thunder people. It's not terrible to be relegated once, just get promoted again. Unless a club is disbanded, it will never be completely defeated. Do you understand? Ben Shikai said softly. I understand, Captain. Someone raised his head and looked at Ben Shikai with hopeful eyes. Captain, will you come back and move forward with us? Ben Shikai laughed. I'm old, and it's not suitable for Thunder anymore. Ben Shikai looked into the distance. You'll have new people to lead you. It can't be Chris Go. Someone expressed disdain. Ben Shikai laughed. Maybe it's him, maybe it's someone else, who can tell? But it won't be me anymore. I'm old, and now I just want to see more of the scenery that I couldn't see before I retire. Those more important owners. Yes, in Fifen, I can see those scenery, even if I'm selfish. Ben Shikai continued to smile. No, Captain, you are not selfish. We want you to come back, that's really selfish. Captain, you can go and see those scenery without worry. The future of Thunder, we will shoulder it. Zheng Qi, who had been hiding aside and eavesdropping on their conversation, sighed slightly in his heart. The entire Chinese season came to an end. Qin had finally failed to create a miracle, nor did they continue their record of winning a league championship every 2 years, although they defeated Xiu, Chengfeng did not give them a chance. After defeating Jianmang with 2 goals, Chengfeng defended this year's league championship. In addition to the Super Cup Championship, East Asian Cup Championship and China Cup Championship, Chengfeng won the 4 championships for 2 consecutive years, and the legendary 5 championships are only 1 step away. Such results are now on par with last year. However, after the strength has obviously declined and 4 or 5 main players have left, Chengfeng can still achieve such results, which is indeed surprising enough. Of course, Chengfeng's experience of winning the league championship this year seems to have many twists and turns compared to last year. It was not until the last round that it was determined to win the championship. Compared with last year's leading all the way and winning the championship 4 or 5 rounds in advance, it seems much harder. But under such circumstances, they can still win 4 championships, which is indeed surprising. The media will naturally analyze this, and the result is that this year's Lu Xiaoshan has begun to completely return to the state when he just rose to prominence. You know, when Lu Xiaoshan debuted, he was really brilliant. He often played 1 against 2 and 1 against 3 in the game. He was known as a man who could break the upper limit of the system. However, Chengfeng's performance at the time was not very good. Lu Xiaoshan also gradually began to change, integrating more into the entire team and giving his teammates more space, and this year, those spaces were vacated, and Lu Xiaoshan once again showed his superhuman level. In terms of the significance to a team, Lu Xiaoshan's role has surpassed everyone else. No one can play such a role as him in the past or now. Compared with before, he has started his transformation again. He deserves the title of the first player in the league. Li Qing's is also very good. He can also play a role far beyond what a player should play on the court. However, he still has a ceiling, and his performance also depends on the excellence of his teammates. Li Qing's misfortune is that there is Lu Xiaoshan in his era. Such comments are undoubtedly very accurate. Lu Xiaoshan's performance this year is indeed unprecedented. No strong team can maintain its previous level after losing nearly half of its main players. Cheng has done it to some extent. Lu Xiaoxin's brilliance has become more dazzling. TSK, these people have no vision. They ignore the role of our Fei Ji. Fei Ji is also very important, Zheng Qi said after reading these comments. Well, without Shinryu Fei's performance, Lu Xiaoxin would not be able to play his level so thoroughly. Meng Fan agreed with Zheng Qi. We have finished this season. I don't know if Cheng can win the 5-time championship. I really hope they can't. Su Jing said with a smile. I think it's difficult. Cheng is too strong this year. In the league and cup competitions, neither Tin Hen nor us can stop them. It's also difficult for those opponents in the World Cup to stop them. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. Oh, then we won the 5-time championship, which was also won by others. Su Jing sighed. No way, who made us come late, but the opponent is strong, we are more motivated. Zheng Qi waved his fist, then turned to Meng Fan and asked. Uncle Meng, don't you think so? I don't think they can win the 5-time championship. Meng Fan shook his head. Huh. Zheng Qi was stunned. Then he began to think and analyze carefully, and then shook his head. No, Uncle Meng, I think you are wrong this time. With Cheng Feng's strength and state, there is no reason for them to lose the World Cup. Zheng Qi said. I think so too, although I hope they can't win the World Cup and can't get 5 crowns, but in their current state, unless they all get sick and die, Su Jing said, then covered her mouth, looking at Zheng Qi and Meng Fan embarrassedly. It's really cruel. Zheng Qi sighed. What are you talking about? Su Jing was embarrassed and anxious. Zheng Qi smiled and didn't answer, but turned to look at Meng Fan. I dare not say it now, but it will only take a month. Let's watch the game carefully. Meng Fan said. I always feel that Uncle Meng, you know something. Zheng Qi looked at Meng Fan in confusion. Meng Fan smiled bigly. What can I say now? There is no evidence, it's just that there are some things that I know a little more than you. Meng Fan said. Zheng Qi looked at Meng Fan, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Someone will manipulate the game? He asked very slowly. The smile on Meng Fan's face became more and more bitter. Uncle Meng, tell me what you know. Zheng Qi said. It's hard to say, because it's uncertain, wait until the World Cup is over. Meng Fan still shook his head. Zheng Qi wanted to say something, but Su Jing pulled his sleeve and told him to stop. Zheng Qi waved his hands in annoyance, finally got himself under control, and nodded. Uncle Meng, I hope your guess won't come true. He said at last. I hope so too. Meng Fan continued to smile bigly. Chapter 600 I hate letting go. Don't think too much, Zheng Qi, maybe Uncle Meng is just overly sensitive. In a cafe on the street, Su Jing comforted Zheng Qi. I also hope that he is overly sensitive, but Sister Su, do you think Uncle Meng is an overly sensitive person? Zheng Qi shook his head and smiled bigly. No. Su Jing thought for a long time, then sighed. I'm more sure that he is not, and Uncle Meng, I have always believed that he is related to that Meng Fan. The age, name, and the tactical level he showed, are they just coincidences? Zheng Qi said. Are you saying that Uncle Meng is Meng Fan? Su Jing was surprised. No, he is not Meng Fan, I can be sure of this, I have seen his identity information, he has not changed his name, and he is a few years younger than the age of Meng Fan we know. Zheng Qi shook his head. What is the connection? Su Jing was also puzzled. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be an ordinary relationship, maybe they are just brothers. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. It was a coincidence that he came to my side. Now it seems that it may not be a coincidence. Of course, he has no ill will towards me, and has even been helping me. I can feel this. I also suspected whether he had any other thoughts before, but after careful observation, I also think he has no ill will towards you. Su Jing said casually, and then saw Zheng Qi looking at her with a very strange look. Su Jing's face flushed again. Strange, why are you worried about this? Zheng Qi showed a narrow smile on his face, and then asked. Isn't it just because I care about you, afraid that you will be cheated again, you were framed, and the Yanker account was blocked? Don't you think it's strange? Su Jing said very straightforwardly. It's strange. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. That's why I suspect him. Su Jing said. The facts prove that it doesn't hurt people like this. Zheng Qi laughed. Yeah, Su Jing admitted this. Fan Club has developed too fast in the past 2 years. Although it has a huge relationship with many factors, Meng Fan really played a very important role in it. Among the candidates for Zheng Qi's initial team formation, Liga Rui was found by him from the novice players. After the club was established, he also made great contributions to the construction of the club. He even took the initiative to give up the position of head coach and ran the club guild to help Zhoushan succeed. If you want to harm someone, there is really no reason to do so. Even if you want to harm someone, you have to have a lot of power in your own hands. But what about now? Meng Fan actually only has a certain influence on the guild. The specific affairs of the guild are still handled by Lu Li, Zhu Qiu and others. He has no specific authority in the club. He wants to harm people, but what right do he have to harm them? So although Su Jing is still vigilant in her heart, she still believes that Meng Fan should not want to do anything to Zheng Qi. And the words just now are more about trying to give Zheng Qi some advice, but there was no real evidence, so she couldn't tell Zheng Qi directly. Is there someone manipulating the league behind the scenes? That's not the case. If there is real manipulation, then it's basically impossible for Changfeng and Tin He to monopolize the championship in recent years. They have risen very quickly. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, if there is real manipulation, it's normal. Pushing two new teams to compete will certainly make the league more lively. Su Jing laughed. No one has such a huge force to control each team and make the game go as planned, but if some players are controlled so that no league in each country can produce a 5-time champion, this is possible. After all, the 5-time champion is the greatest honor now. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, there are also manipulations of certain games in cooperation with bookmakers, Su Jing said. That's actually a routine operation. I checked classical football a while ago and there are many such cases. Most of the games are real, but controlling 1 or 2 games to make money is always inevitable. Zheng Qi said. This kind of thing is really annoying. Su Jing was a little annoyed. Yes, I'm also angry. I hope it's not the case. Zheng Qi said. At this point, the two of them had nothing to say. After all, it was not easy for them to comment on something that had not happened yet. Now they understood why Meng Fan was hesitant. It was hard to say without evidence. Football matches are inherently accidental, and so are professional matches in the football era. Because in the final analysis, it is still a competitive method that relies on the performance of the players and overall coordination. Strength is important, and luck is also important. So Zheng Qi had never thought that he might be controlled to play a match-fixing match before, but now think about it carefully. If there are really contestants who are controlled, they don't need to do it too obviously. Occasionally letting the water down during the game, or following up a little slowly, can affect your goal, and a goal can affect the game. It's hard to find evidence. If that's the case, I won't play this game anymore. What's the point of playing this kind of broken game? Zheng Qi said to himself. I find it unbearable too. Su Jing nodded and agreed with Zheng Qi. The Chinese division season this year is over, and the seasons of other countries in the world are also over. After all, it's the new year in 2 months, and the focus of the world is on the World Cup. 2 teams from Asia, 2 teams from Europe, 2 teams from America, and 1 team each from Africa and Oceania, a total of 8 teams, will be able to decide the champion after 5 games. The scale of this competition is the smallest among all official competitions, except for the Super Cup of each country, but at least on the surface, it represents the highest honor in the world. In the 100-year World Cup, there is 1 champion every year. However, except when it was first established, the teams from Oceania and Africa took a chance and won the championship once or twice. At other times, the champions basically belong to the teams from the 3 continents of Asia, America and Europe, which is also that key factor for them to have 2 places. However, in recent years, Asian teams, or more precisely, Chinese teams, have been too glorious in the World Cup. In the past 5 years, Chinese teams have won 5 championships, 3 from Changfeng and 2 from Tin He. This year, Changfeng will go to the battle again, and they're still moving towards the 5-time champion, which has made them even more of a target of public criticism. Of course, no one will care about such a situation. If you want to win the championship, you will definitely be valued by others, not to mention that you are the defending champion. Chinese fans don't care about this. Most people still hope that Changfeng can win the 5 championships. Even if they are not Changfeng's fans, being able to witness the birth of a legend with their own eyes is something everyone wants to see. In such expectations, the World Cup kicked off. More than half a month later. I think there is nothing wrong with Changfeng's performance. He easily won 3 consecutive victories. The opponent's resistance was also very fierce. Changfeng played at his normal level. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi. Well, I watched these 3 games. It's normal. I didn't see anything wrong. Lucian and Zheng are invincible when they join forces. Zheng Qi laughed. Sujin looked at Zheng Qi with a smile. Why, are you relieved? No, if you really say that Lucian or Zheng will let the game go, I will never believe it. Who is Zheng? We have been together for so long, don't we know him? If he can be bribed, I will eat the entire football era system. Zheng Qi said. Where is Lucian? Sujin asked. Lucian, I don't have much contact with him, but if you really say that he can also let the water play match fixing, do you believe it? Zheng Qi asked back. I don't believe it. Sujin said after a silence. Again, I don't believe it either. If Lucian can play match fixing, then why does he fight so hard? With his level and Cheng's current attractiveness, if he doesn't fight hard for the 5-time champion, they can definitely win 1 or 2 championships a year until he retires, and he can still create an era that belongs to him. Zheng Qi said. Well, he still fights so hard, and is even regarded as a guy with a perverted desire to win. Isn't it just to create something that no one has created before? Sujin nodded. For such a person, when his lifelong goal is about to be achieved, what do you think can make him give up? I think nothing will make him give up. Even if the whole earth is going to be destroyed tomorrow, I will win the 5-time champion first. Zheng Qi said. You're right, Sujin completely agreed with what Zheng Qi said. Besides, bribing a player of Lucian's level is too dangerous. Zheng Qi laughed. Why? Sujin was stunned. He is so popular. If someone really bribes him, he will reveal the news and the whole world will know it immediately. If there is a hidden force, bribing such a god-level player is very dangerous. Only ordinary players can be bribed safely. Zheng Qi said. That makes sense. If you really want to let the game go without leaving any trace, ordinary players will find it easier. Any operation of god-level players on the field will be the focus. Such people dare not let the game go, and it is easy to be judged if they do. Sujin nodded repeatedly. Ordinary players are different. Ordinary players are a little worse, so it is normal for them to make mistakes in the game. These guys are good at operation. Zheng Qi said with a sneer. Hey, you said it as if you have already determined it. Sujin couldn't help laughing. Well, how should I put it? I still trust Uncle Meng. He must be right when he says that. So I think along the lines of what he says and I can always find some clues. Zheng Qi stretched lazily. I have been fighting with them for a while. I have to see if this is really the case. What I hate most in my life is letting the game go. You were framed at the time, but you were not very angry. Sujin was a little surprised. Why should I be angry about saying that I used a plug-in? If I really made a plug-in that cheated the system, wouldn't I be so awesome? I would be angry if they said that I played a fixed game. Zheng Qi said. Sujin nodded silently. This attitude seemed to be in line with Zheng Qi's personality. Fin est capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidented al like busgasms contenido exclusivo ixo inmediato. Suscribete news Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.